además a seguir el debate y novedades por Twitter con el hashtag #CouncilArg o a través de los perfiles @CACTEInforma y @ASCOA. Muy buenos días a todos. Les solicitamos, por favor, apaguen sus teléfonos celulares o mantenerlos en modo silencioso para dar inicio a esta conferencia. En nombre de Americas Society, Council of the Americas y la Cámara Argentina de Comercio y Servicios, les damos la bienvenida. Queremos destacar que la conferencia fue declarada de interés nacional por la Presidencia de la Nación. Agradecemos la presencia en este estrado de Susan Segal, presidenta y CEO de Americas Society, Council of the Americas, a Natalio Mario Greenman, presidente de la Cámara Argentina de Comercio y Servicios, y a Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, jefe de gobierno de la Ciudad Autónoma de Buenos Aires, que están presentes aquí junto a nosotros. Agradecemos a las empresas que hoy nos acompañan: Pan Regional Sponsors, Citi, JP Morgan, Corporate Sponsors, Aeropuertos Argentina 2000, AES Argentina, Chevron, Dow Chemical, Integra Investment, Newmont Argentina, Pan American Energy, con el apoyo de Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina. Agradecemos además a las entidades colaboradoras: Asociación de Bancos Argentinos, Asociación de Bancos de la Argentina, Asociación de Bancos Públicos y Privados de la República Argentina,
Association of Argentinian Businessmen I can call, of course, Chamber of Commerce of the United States of America, Chamber of Commerce Industry Services Argentina, Brazil, in the Argentine Republic, also Buenos Aires Stock Exchange, Argentine Council for International Relations, Center for the Implementation of Public Policies for Equity and Growth, Foundation of Latin American Economic Research, and the Argentine Investment. Considering the long list of important speakers, please stick to the time allotted for each presentation so that everybody can express their thoughts. In order to begin, we will listen. Hello, Susan Segal. It is a great pleasure to be with you. Welcome to the different representatives, the chief of government of the city of Buenos Aires, representatives of the executive, legislative, judiciary powers, of course, the diplomatic corps, journalists, of course, members of the chamber, businessmen, colleagues of different business chambers, obviously, thanks to our sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Argentine Chamber of Commerce and Services, we would like to welcome you to the meeting that it's the 19th meeting and the American Societies Council of the Americas is organizing together with the Argentine Chambers. Dear Susan, thank you. Thank you very, very much to you and your team. Thanks for trusting the Chamber. We hope we are going to meet your expectations. As President of the Argentine Chamber of Commerce, it is my turn to open the meeting. It is a great honor and also a great pleasure to have in-person meetings after 2 long years in which we had to organize these meetings remotely. We had to fulfill that requirement, but it's not the same. Last year, I was wondering about the consequences of the COVID pandemic, the tremendous amount of regrettable losses of human lives and material losses as well. But happily, with the introduction of vaccines, this was left behind, luckily. But unfortunately, other scourge is really threatening us, which is the Russian invasion to Ukraine, a tragedy for the Ukrainian people. And I would like to express my full solidarity to the Ukrainian people. And this has really caused so many disruptions, logistic disruptions, of course, increase in the price of freights, lack of basic raw materials for production and supplies, an increase in the price of oil, gas, of course, grain, a world economy that was just leaving the pandemic behind, faces again, and is once again battered by other problems. And we in Argentina, this is also compounded to our national problems that we've been dragging for many, many decades. Of course, going to the streets, imagine what happened yesterday. We who work at city center, it's complicated. Reading the headlines every day is complicated. It's really so complicated. But I don't want really to convey a pessimistic message. I'm a real optimistic person at heart, but I cannot overlook reality. So all these things that happen to us every day and that we construe and understand the need and the possibility of and the freedom of expression, everybody who has something to say, be allowed to say so, but we need to convey it within the framework of the Constitution, respecting the freedom for those who want to walk the streets and work, and therefore we urge the authorities and the judiciary. They have the responsibility of implementing law. Order is of the essence here and everywhere in the world. And I say so because we are totally frustrated. Argentina is a wonderful country. When my friends from abroad tell me, Argentina is such a rich country, I tell them, that is not the case. Argentina is a potentially rich country. We have
everything the world needs. But we need really to develop it, to produce it, not just to leave it for future generations, as some may think. It is the here and the now, and in this real environment today, where we will be discussing and talking about the wonderful things that through private initiative may become a reality in Argentina. And even though it is true that as a consequence of equivocal policies, our country today, and there are many, many citizens that do not work, that do not study, and of course they are kind of sponsored by today's government. There are millions of Argentinians that wake up every morning, that are ready to go to work and to create and to believe that a better country is possible. And this is based on merit, effort, education. Of course, education rates are so low, but we have renowned, of course, universities, institutions, and Argentinian citizens are cherished and acknowledged everywhere in the world. We, at the Argentine Chamber of Commerce, the CAC, the CAC team, we are 600 employees, 600 more than 522 in our payroll. We have an institution, a university, and entrepreneurs use, of course, kind of factor. And gentlemen, today, Argentina is a country that's been battered and it's been wounded. But still, Argentina is such a great country. I do believe, I insist, and there are millions of Argentinians that wake up every morning to go to work, to produce, in order to go back and become the strong country that we were once, right, in the past, and to really have the country that we so much deserve. I am smiling. I was tempted to say the country that we do deserve, but I believe that we shouldn't deserve a country. We need to build a country. We need to build a country with the effort of everybody, of course, following the precepts of the Constitution, also respecting the different independence of the different powers, with education, with order, with work. And it is essential to have a private sector that every time be incentivized and encouraged to invest in Argentina, national capitals and foreign capitals as well. The only way to achieve progress is by creating more companies, more jobs, of course, and of course by generating the richness that our country needs, so that all inhabitants of Argentina, and especially those who are not having a good moment, those who are the underprivileged, may really change their reality. I know that this may sound like a utopia or a dream, but honestly, I firmly believe that it is possible. I urge you all and everyone, each one of you, let's make it a reality all together. Thank you so much.
We will now listen to Susan Segal, President and CEO of the American Society, Council of the Americas. Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, Chief of Government of the City of Buenos Aires. Natalio Mario Greenman, President of the Argentine Chamber of Commerce and Services. Ministers, governors, Ambassador Stanley, ambassadors, legislators, members of the American Society and Council of the Americas, representatives of the press, special guests, dear friends. I'd like to welcome you all today at this event. We are happy to be able to organize this conference once again. As it happened 19 years ago, it is an honor to be back again in Buenos Aires after 2 years of virtual events and be able to see you all in person. I'd like to thank Mario for your support, particularly in this first year in person in this post-pandemic time. I would also like to thank the great team of the Chamber because of great work they've been developing. It's been a great pleasure to work jointly with you. Finally, thank you to Juan Judrías, Mercedes Graxe, Dan Toledo, Rains Belsi, and all my team of the Council of the Americas in New York for their support and work. And a special acknowledgement to all our sponsors who made this event and conference possible, as well as the organizations that have been collaborating with us and supporting us all the way. Last but not least, I'd like to also greet everyone online from around the world. We would be tweeting under hashtag CouncilArg. We've lived particular strange times in the past 2 years with the pandemic and the disruptions it brought about, beyond the Russian invasion to Ukraine and the effect that it created on the food industry and energy industry as well. Explained in simple words, the liquidity in markets since 2008, inflation and need to increase interest rates have changed drastically the global economic outlook. It's tough times around the globe, from economic sectors that make this situation even worse for Latin America and Argentina. Argentina is undergoing a key time. Challenges are vast, but there's a great opportunity as well to develop consensus on a roadmap that can place the country in a direction that will allow it to attack inflation and create economic growth. As in any of the vast and huge challenges, time and patience are of the essence. But it is in these challenges where we find great opportunities. Argentina has an abundance of resources that the world is in need of, particularly in the sector of energy, mining, and food. And there's also a large opportunity in technology, services, biotechnologies, and agrotechnologies, where the country has made significant progress. You very well know that I always put an emphasis on the great entrepreneur community and talent community that we can find in Argentina. In the past few years, we've witnessed how the leadership has been in highlight from this entrepreneur community in different sectors and at different times in the country, recreating that same spirit and leadership for the search for this consensus has entailed an economic and sustainable growth that I just referred to. This growth can help Argentina to take advantage of the great opportunities ahead. It's a global context that is complex for international trade, where great cooperation and integration at a regional level will be needed so that the value chains can be brought to Argentina and the region at large. I've traveled vastly throughout the region in the past few months, and I've had the opportunity to talk with leaders and presidents, and I am convinced that the opportunity ahead of us will represent greater integration. Throughout this morning, we will also face opportunities for more joint work between Argentina and the United States of America, not just around common values that clearly have made us closer, but also for greater cooperation in strategic areas such as energy, food, mining, and technology. From the America Society Council of the Americas, we will continue to support Argentina as we've always done. We do hope that through our activities, we will continue to support dialogue amongst the sectors and the search for consensus. And as I always state, we have always been and will be here available for Argentina. It is a great pleasure to be back again in Buenos Aires with all of you present. It's my second home, as you very well know, and I'd like to give the floor now to Horacio Rodriguez Larreta, Chief of Government of the City of Buenos Aires, a city that it is true example of a global city of which I am very proud of. And I'm proud of being part of the Global Council as well. Thank you, everyone, and please do enjoy the conference.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Susan. Thank you for the invitation once again. It's so nice to have in-person meetings. It's been 2 years meeting virtually. It's a great opportunity for me to share with you our vision of growth and future prospects that we are dreaming of building for Argentina. Last year, it was a virtual meeting, and we were battered by the pandemic. And I already shared with you back then pillars of what Argentina was needing for its transformation as education, the role of the state, how to create jobs. Today, we are meeting back again in a totally different world, a world that's being reconfigured by the Ukrainian war, and it's being having deep consequences in the global economy. Therefore, it is a great opportunity, and also to take the opportunity today to refer to other development pillar, which is the need of intelligent insertion of Argentina or inclusion of Argentina in the world. It's a very urgent need. The war gives us an unprecedented opportunity. We need to be at the level of the circumstances, but we need to be at the global order. Last week at PRO, we met with some leaders, and we agreed that this international situation gives us a great opportunity. But in order to take advantage of opportunities, we need to act strategically to sustain strategy in time. The world needs to know our position, and it requires cohesion, being careful, and also to retrieve trust of the world towards Argentina. Today, most of the countries are kind of, quote unquote, competing and needing to really be supplied with energy, also supplies, mining-derived products. Argentina has so many about that. In Argentina, we are the main exporters of soy, oil, of course, cereals, and of course of wheat, and of course corn, and these are the products that are produced by Russia and Ukraine. With Vaca Muerta energy, we are the second non-conventional gas reserves in the world, and also we have a tremendous potential that was encouraged during Macri's government. Renewable energies, of course, like wind energy, etc., the potential of the green hydrogen energy. And in mining, we have the second lithium reserve in the world in the north. We are the fourth lithium producer in the world, with a tremendous possibility of growing in lithium and other minerals. This gives us an unprecedented opportunity to become reliable, sustainable suppliers of these materials to the world. But this, of course, demands a strategy. Argentina needs to be included in the world and attaining to the objective that is improving the quality of life of Argentinians. We need to be predictable. It's basic in international relationships. When I talk about intelligent insertion in the world, it implies have relations with other countries. The world has changed, will continue changing. The opportunities we have today will not be forever, and this implies construing the potential of every productive sector in Argentina to see how it can become part of the global value chain, to understand the concerns of every sector and how it can become encouraged in relation to the world, and understand that international relationships or relations are not just trade relations. Of course, we want to improve Argentinians' quality of life and the values that accompany this growth. But I believe that international insertion plan for Argentina is based on 4 pillars. First pillar, and it is essential in order to be able to plan towards the future, is to stabilize the economy. I mean, with this level of inflation and volatility, there's no foreign policy that can, of course, overcome instability of Argentina's economy. To open markets, to be sustained, and to attract foreign investment, we need stable economies. Last month, 7.4% inflation was recorded, and if it's an annual inflation of 100%, there's no possible invasion of investment, access to credit possible. The relationship with suppliers is totally compromised. It's impossible. Not just inflation, but this brings along foreign exchange instability, volatility, the different rates of exchange. Let's try and converge towards a single competitive rate of exchange, allowing exporters to sell Argentine labor at good prices, and also to buy the supplies to continue producing. There's nothing being produced in Argentina without a one imported component, but the only sustainable trade balance is a balanced trade, of course, and a very achievable objective to double export in a single administration. But in order to export, we need to import products. The only stable and trade balance is this one. July this year, looking at the figures, we had 115 million negative trade balance, and in volume terms, it's totally preoccupying worldwide. Average is 30% of the GDP worldwide, right? We are just above 50%, 18 at better moments. But today, with energy, with food, with lithium and technological industries, we can realistically double exports in a single administration. Of course, this stability will only be achieved if we achieve fiscal balance. We cannot continue spending more than what gets in and what we receive. It's impossible. This will allow us really to alleviate the tax burden. Those who produce are paying and are bearing an impossible tax burden. So fiscal balance is very important. And together with stability, we need to create a shock of confidence internationally. We need to strengthen our relationships. During Mauricio Macri's administration, this was began. We need to strengthen with countries and the different blocs. We need to rebuild our relationship with our main trade partner, Brazil. And the relationship with Brazil cannot depend on the ideology of those who are in power. I mean, how is it that Argentina and Brazil presidents don't talk to each other because of differences in their beliefs? Mauricio, I mean, he had relationship with three different presidents of different ideologies. I mean, their beliefs are not important. So ideological obstacles are very important. We need to strengthen our relationship with Brazil, a deeper relationship, encouraging regional stability, and working together, it may encourage the negotiating capacity of Mercosur. And we need to give more life to a vitality to Mercosur, an honest, open relationship. This dialogue does not exist, of course, seeing to the needs of every member. Mercosur has only 11 free trade agreements with countries that represent only 10% of the global GDP. Nothing. The agreement between Mercosur and the European Union, we need to ratify it. It was complicated, I know, but the new world order and the need of food that Europe is having today, it implies an opportunity in order to accelerate the agreement with the European Union, understanding, construing the impact that this may have on Argentinian production. But we need to open markets. We cannot continue exporting barely 15% of the GDP. The European market implies 800 million people with good purchasing or good purchasing power. We need to really materialize Argentina's entry to the OECD. We were making progress, and now it's really kind of halted. So this is something that the world should, of course, value. Of course, we need to be really at prime level for the drafting of international policies, as well as with investment agreements that are docked today. They were signed in the previous administration, but they were not implemented. We need more investment. We need to create more jobs. Now, as I was saying, we need to provide a more ample vision. And the third pillar for the insertion of Argentina in the world needs to, of course, be based on the we need to be based on really considering freedom, etc. And this has to do by defending the democracies in the world, of course, condemning the breaching of human rights in Venezuela, Nicaragua, Venezuela, every country that does that. We need to cooperate against drug trafficking and international terrorism that are threats. No country is exempt from that. The triple border with Paraguay, Brazil, that triple border is a hot spot that we need to be vigilant. We need to work there with a shared vision, not isolated because terrorism and drug trafficking really destroy the democratic structure. The problem we are seeing today in Rosario, I visited Rosario last week. Clearly there in Rosario, drug trafficking is advancing and advancing. 180 murders this year, and this goes beyond to the Rosario citizens, etc. It's a national problem. The national government needs to participate because it is a threat to our sovereignty. It deserves a national vision, the same way as, of course, private property threats in Patagonia. It challenges the rule of law. That is why we need the national state. But for that, we need, of course, political willingness in our frontiers and cooperating internationally. This is much valued by the international democratic community. And finally, we will be inserted in the world with a federal insight. We need to rebuild federalism in Argentina. How every region will be benefited. It's totally different because we are totally diverse. This is an advantage, but this implies a diverse policy. We need to really recreate this thrust and this momentum. It needs to be part of our foreign policy. The world should really be buying more beef. We have a fantastic beef industry. Latest restrictions implied a loss of 1.5 billion in the market, and this is so difficult to retrieve. Argentina needs energy. The world needs energy. Vaca Muerta, and of course the gas pipeline. It's been a reality, and Vaca Muerta needs to become a state policy. We need to continue encouraging renewable energies. The world needs our energy. Europe is undergoing a energy crisis, and therefore we need cleaner energies. We need lithium. Just to see how the price of lithium has increased lately, it really speaks about the need. The European Union said that battery cars will be produced in Europe, and these are lithium-based. Of course, the one from San Juan, Mendoza, of course, and lemons, etc., and raspberries, and the world really understands and, of course, appreciates the talent of Argentinians. The other day, I visited a biotech company in Argentina. It totally blew my mind. I couldn't imagine technological centers in Patricio. New companies are opened every day, but we are far from our true potential. I visited Israel a couple of weeks ago on comparative levels. Israel exports 70 billion per year in technological services with 10% of Argentina's population. Argentina only 6 billion, 10 times more with 5 times less population, imagine. And the world needs our minerals and, of course, the mountain ranges. Compare ourselves with Chile. And for Chile, it's 12.5% of the GDP, and mining in Argentina only 1% with the same mountain ranges. The world should invest in Argentina. We have the potential. We need a federal vision. Argentina represented 20% of FDIs in foreign direct investment. Now it's only 4. We need to retrieve our path, and this is creates in me a total contradiction. We have a true potential, but how frustrating it is not being really developing at our best. And I am totally convinced. I'd like to share my views. The only way of moving forward seriously with a sustainable international insertion is by building a ample consensus, allowing us, supporting us to move forward in this deep transformation that Argentina so much needs, and of course being sustained in time and supported in time. I mean, of course, some of the measures in a single administration are something anecdotal, but something that needs some sort of an everlasting effect is international insertion. So in the next administration needs to be a coalition. It is a turning point. It's been 80 years of a tremendous pendulum, but the pendulum pushes us lower and lower and lower. I'd love to be part of the administration that allows to have a sustained growth for 30 years, sustaining our objective, because coherence is the most important variable to really recover the confidence in Argentina. The world does not trust administration, trusts a country. So really, the one who will change Argentina is to change that turning point and inflection point. And to do this, we need the world to see us working together, to see strong coalition, a majority coalition in this international coalition policy. Of course, conquering markets implies so much time. We need to recover the confidence. I dream Argentinians will dare to really trace not just an arriving point, but which is going to be the path. We need to sustain it for 2-3 decades. This is what was done by countries that achieved this, and we need a plan, and a plan agreed upon, implemented firmly, an ambitious plan regarding the transformation that Argentina needs. I'm totally convinced that we have a future of progress, development. It's only going to be made possible if Argentina is inserted at a worldwide level. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos.
We thank the remarks made by Horacio Rodriguez Larreta and Susan Siegel, as well as Natalia Mario Greenman. Next, we will hear Jose Fernandez, Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment of the Department of State of the United States of America.
Good morning, Jose. Do you hear me?
Hear you. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, that was my fault. So it is a great pleasure for me this morning to have a conversation with Jose Fernandez, the Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment from the U.S. Secretary of State. Jose is a long hand at Latin America. He's been in the private sector as a lawyer. He's been in the public sector. And I would say that there are very few people that know Latin America as well as he does. And beyond that, he's a great friend. So with that, if I could ask the people that are standing in front of him so I can see him from the press to move over, please. Thank you. I'd like to pass the word to you, Jose, to make a few comments, and then I will ask you a few questions. So thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Susan. Thanks for inviting me to participate in the Council's Latin American Cities Conference in Buenos Aires. I know how important this is to the America Society, and I know how important it is to you personally. So I'm delighted to be here, and I'm really glad to see that you've been able to meet in person as opposed to virtually as you did in the last couple of years. It's an honor to address such a distinguished gathering, and also it was an honor to hear Minister Massa's vision for the Argentine economy. I will use his words when he said, un país no se merece, se construye.
I'd like to say that a country is not deserved, but built.
Is facing a global food security. It's facing climate change, and we have an energy crisis ahead of us. And I'd like to talk quickly about three of those things and how they pertain to Argentina: food security, climate change, and critical minerals. On food security, the world is facing a global food security crisis due to a combination of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. These are factors that are pushing up food prices, leaving an increasing number of vulnerable people without access to nourishment. In Latin America, according to recent data, 267 million people face food insecurity. This is the highest number since the year 2000. Think about it. This is the population of Brazil and Argentina combined. The United States and other donors, I'm proud to say, have responded to the food crisis by providing $5 billion in emergency food security assistance around the world. That's maintained our status as the largest donor to the World Food Program. And we've also provided an additional $200 million to UNICEF to respond to severe malnutrition in children. Longer-term solutions, however, are necessary. And these longer-term solutions require the right combination of equitable policies and international cooperation to make our hemisphere part of the solution as a major food-producing region. 1/3 of the world's food production comes from the Americas. And as you've heard from our speakers already, Argentina has vast agricultural resources that can help us feed the world at this very moment of crisis. Argentina has demonstrated its commitment to doing this by signing on to the Agriculture Producers Declaration at the Summit of the Americas that took place in LA. Clearly, and I hope you touch on this more during this conference, Argentina is part of the solution. And it's also, as we've heard already, Argentina, it's an opportunity for Argentina as well. On climate change, as President Biden said last month, climate change is literally an existential threat to our nation and to the world. But climate change can also be one of our greatest opportunities. Smart policies to tackle the effects of climate change can boost innovation and can boost economic growth. And we've seen it in the U.S. They can create well-paying jobs. As you've already heard, Argentina has enormous potential to produce not only traditional onshore wind and solar energy, but also to leverage offshore wind potential and develop a green hydrogen industry. At COP26 in Glasgow, Argentina signed on to the Net Zero World Initiative with the U.S. to collaborate on decarbonizing its energy sector. And we here in the State Department and in our energy department look forward to working with Argentina on this initiative on methane abatement, on decarbonization of mining operations, and also on high emission reducing priorities. This is an opportunity, and I hope you talk about this a little bit further. The third item that I just want to touch on very briefly is something that others have spoken as well, and that's the critical minerals need and critical minerals opportunity. The energy transition that we all aim to have cannot be achieved without critical minerals. If you read some of the reports from the International Energy Agency, they tell us that if we are going to achieve the net zero goals that we've set for ourselves by the year 2050, we need to increase by 6 times the amount of lithium that the world produces. So this explosion in demand for critical energy minerals that's necessary not just for electric vehicle batteries, but for powering wind turbines and electricity networks presents enormous challenges and opportunities for Latin America, and especially for Argentina. Latin America holds about 60% of the world's lithium reserves, presenting tremendous potential for the region. Argentina ranks 3rd in terms of proven lithium reserves, 4th in lithium production, and is a top provider of lithium to the U.S. Critical minerals and mining have been an important area of cooperation between Argentina and the U.S., and this cooperation is essential to develop the sector in a way that maintains the highest environmental, social, and governance standards. We have started, together with 9 other countries and also the European Union, the Mineral Security Partnership in order to work together with these countries to invest in critical minerals, to finance critical minerals, and to do so in a way that promotes the highest standards, environmental, governance, and social standards. We want to make this a race to the top, not a race to the bottom. And we will continue to work closely with the Argentine federal and provincial governments on lithium sector cooperation. And in fact, we've invited a number of provincial governors to come to the U.S. and talk to us and talk to investors about opportunities for lithium mining in Argentina. The last thing I'd like to talk about, and this, Susan, you'll excuse me for giving you a shout out, is to congratulate you for this kind of a forum. Fora like today's conference that you're having remind us that cooperation and progress on issues like food security, energy, and critical minerals have to rely on city leaders and local partners. And at the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles, President Biden announced that the U.S. would host next year in Denver, Colorado, the first ever regional city summit of the Americas. We will do that in April of 2023. I'm delighted to say that I will participate. In fact, I just came back from Denver where we've started organizing this city's summit. We expect to have as many as 200 mayors from the Americas, including from the U.S. And through the city summit, we are hoping to find innovative solutions to the issues that face our cities and our citizens, especially on the items that I've just talked about: food security, climate, and energy. So let me end here. Your perspectives from the business community and the public sector are critical in identifying how we can advance these crucial global priorities. I know that we will continue to work together. We have to work together to achieve our shared goals. And so thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I hope that at some point I'm able to get down to Buenos Aires and join you in person at one of these conferences. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your comments. So you talked about the substantial potential to further strengthen the energy partnership And that's so important. If you've traveled to Vaca Muerta, you've traveled to the energy-producing areas of Argentina. We can have such a broad partnership. How do you begin to think about that as in specific details? How do we move that forward?
Well, so let's start with what we are doing already. Energy cooperation between the U.S. and Argentina is actually a very important and it's a very positive aspect of our relationship today. We have U.S. energy companies that are active investors in energy across fuels, technologies, and supply chains in Argentina, including in Vaca Muerta. And that forms the basis for a pretty important bilateral energy relationship. And our work focuses on promoting clean energy and advancing technologies to support decarbonization and a net zero emissions economy. We, for example, for the last 5 years, we have been supporting Argentina's renewable energy auctions and development of policy and regulatory framework for renewable energy. This is something that's ongoing now. We're also enabling regulators in both countries to work together on distributed generation to promote smaller scale renewable energy projects in Argentina. And we've also worked on geothermal energy. This work also extends to critical minerals, which I mentioned. Obviously, it's important to the clean energy transition. We are working with the federal and the provincial governments to support regulatory structures on lithium. As I mentioned, we have invited provincial governors to come to the U.S. to talk to our companies and companies from allied partners on critical minerals. And the Mineral Security Partnership, which is something that was started by 9 countries, and these are many of the countries that you would want investment from, Canada, Australia, Japan, Korea, the EU, Finland, the UK, France, Germany. All of these, we've agreed to pool our resources, to invest, to finance, and as I said earlier, to do so following the highest standards, and then also to work on recycling. And this presents an opportunity for Argentina, this partnership, because if it gives producers, it would give Argentina a forum in order to publicize its plans and in order to be able to get investment. So that's, so in short, we've got good cooperation now. That's going to continue, and we hope to expand it in the critical mineral space through the Mineral Security Partnership.
Thank you very much. Can I move to something that we've talked a lot about? One of the big challenges coming out of the pandemic has been the global supply chains. And it's hard to attribute exactly how much inflation has originated from, the logger jams and the shortages, but clearly some of it. How do you think about that issue? And are there opportunities in the hemisphere to really relocate the supply chain? And I know a lot of people talk about Mexico and North, but, our hemisphere is a lot different than being far out in some Asian country as well. So what's your vision for that, please?
Susan, I've been in this job for a year. Not a week goes by that I don't get some visitor from a country in the region that says we can be your solution to supply chains. Early on in the administration, President Biden announced that we would have a supply chain initiative. We have actually published a very detailed plan to doing that in a number of areas, in pharmaceuticals, in critical minerals, in electric batteries, and in others. I think there's an opportunity in those areas, but also in a number of other areas where we've seen that we require a resilient and secure supply chain. In order to do that, I think we've got to work together, and part of what I hope to do in the next few months is to make a reality what President Biden announced at the Summit of the Americas, where one of the 5 pillars of what we are calling APEP, the America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity, which is basically a way for us to work together on some of these areas. We've got to make this a reality. How do we make that a reality? Well, we have to focus on specific product and specific opportunities, not really just talk about concepts, and start working with governments around the region to make that a reality. And that's going to require improving the business climate. It'll require some government support. But I do think that it's the consensus in the U.S. is that we've got to find ways to move some, not all, some of our supply chains components to this hemisphere. That's an opportunity, but it requires a partnership to be able to make that a reality.
We're over time, but I want to ask you one last question, calling on the part of your title that is economic growth. And so might you comment, I think this would be of huge interest to the audience, on how you see global growth evolving over the next year to 2 years. Thank you.
So, look, we are still recovering from the pandemic, right? And we're still reeling from those effects. We've seen high inflation worldwide, not just in the U.S. And we just heard the mayor talk about what high inflation is doing to Argentina. That's a challenge that confronts all of us at different levels. In the U.S., we've got to realize that what we have is a supply crisis, not a demand crisis, and that's different from what we've seen in previous crises. This is a crisis that comes from the pandemic, from the war, and also from the COVID net COVID policies that we're seeing out of China. So we've got high inflation. We've got a slowdown. We've got the negative spillovers from Russia's unprovoked invasion. I think the fundamentals are still there, but I do think there are some consequences that we need to deal with. Number one, there are many countries in not just in Latin America, but you're also seeing it in Africa, that are facing high debt issues. We've seen countries such as Zambia default in its sovereign debt, and they're not the only ones. Of course, you've heard about Sri Lanka and others. That's going to present a challenge, and how we deal with that is going to affect the near term. We also need to deal with something we've talked about forever in Latin America, and that's a need to improve infrastructure. Well, there are billions of dollars that are required in order for us to build the ports, the roads, and other infrastructure, electricity, and others that are needed in order for economies to advance. That's going to require a lot of funding. I'm glad to say that at the G7 meetings a couple of months ago, President Biden and the other G7 leaders announced our partnership for global infrastructure and investment to invest billions of dollars in infrastructure in the developing world. That's an opportunity for Latin America. And I think, we have to, in many ways, go back to what has succeeded in the past, and that is encouraging trade, encouraging investment, and looking for ways to make sure that both trade and investment help the middle class, help to expand that middle class, and help our workers, and not engage in what we are calling a race to the bottom. We've got to expand our economy in a way that benefits everyone, and that's going to be the challenge, because unless we do that, we are going to have the democratic challenges that we're seeing throughout the world. So lots of things to worry about, but opportunities, and it requires all of us to work together, and we've got to do it right. I think when we talk to countries around the world, they're worried, but they also say we've wasted opportunities in the past, and we can't do that again. I don't know if that answers your question, but the best I can do.
Well, thank you very much, and I want to thank you for spending this time with us this morning. We all really, really appreciate your comments, your views, and your optimism, and how you see the world and the potential opportunities, challenges but opportunities that we have in front of us. So thank you very much, and let's give him a virtual round of applause.
Thank you.
Agradecemos la...
We'd like to thank the attendance of Jose Fernandez at this conference, and we will now move on to the conversation amongst ambassadors. And to this effect, we'd like to invite Jorge Arguello, Argentine ambassador to the United States, and Mark Stanley, the U.S. ambassador to Argentina. The moderator for this conversation will be Mrs. Susan Siegel.
Sí, José, muy bueno.
Good morning. Permanent fixture, but you get rid of me really soon. I want to welcome Jorge Arguello, Ambassador de Argentina en frente de los Estados Unidos, y Mark Stanley, U.S. Ambassador to Argentina. We're going to do this panel in English and Spanish, and so for those of you that want translation, obviously there is translation. Va a ser una conversación entre nosotros tres.
Bien.
We will have a conversation amongst the three of us.
Ambassador Stanley, the first question. So the United States is one of Argentina's largest trading partners. And given both countries' strong commercial relationship, which sectors are particularly strong, and what areas do you see the most cooperation and collaboration opportunity?
So is this on? Sorry, is this on?
It should.
Can you hear me?
Push the button.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yes, perfect.
Good morning. Susan, thanks again. This is an amazing conference. You have amazing people here and talking about something very, very, very important, not only to Argentina, but to the United States. So thank you for bringing everybody together. Also to the Chamber of Commerce, thank you also for your participation and coordination of this event. So yes, we have a great presence and relationship already with Argentina. We have over 300 companies active here in Argentina. We still remain the largest single investor by country, although the EU ambassador is here. He's going to claim EU is bigger if you aggregate all those countries, but individual country, I still say we're number one. We're responsible for more than 180,000 jobs, $8.7 billion in stock here. We exported, Argentina imported $12.5 billion worth of imports, mainly chemicals, pharmacy, computers, electronics, agriculture equipment, petroleum and coal-related products, and oil and gas. Notwithstanding that, what you're hearing in every presentation today, and we're all saying the same thing, is there's low-hanging fruit. There are three obvious sectors for Argentina to exploit right now. Sadly, because of what Putin did in Ukraine, and I appreciated Mario Grinman's comments on that and everyone else's. It was obviously an unjustified invasion. I think one day he'll be charged with war crimes. I think what he's done is horrible, but it has created a worldwide shortage of fuel and food. And Argentina is blessed with incredible resources in food and fuel. I'm not sure, I consider myself lucky to be here at this time. The stars are aligned for not only Argentina, but for the United States, and for two ambassadors who are charged with growing the bilateral relationship. I'm not sure in our careers, or any ambassador's careers, there's ever been this kind of opportunity that we see now. You have the second largest shale oil and gas deposits in the world, second to the Permian Basin in my home state. Oil and gas in the ground is worth zero. Oil and gas to be ramped up the exploration and exportation after you fulfill Argentina's needs is remarkable. I saw one study that showed in 10 years, you can be not only energy, well, 2 years you could make a huge difference. In 2 years, you could hopefully right-size this economy, put in another $9 billion favorable in the balance of payments. In 10 years, it's $95 billion, 300,000 new jobs, totally energy independent within this country, and the 20th largest producer of oil and gas in the world. You have all the components here to do it. But it's not just an opportunity for Argentina. What the United States desperately wants is a close relationship with Argentina as a leader in Latin America. This is a great chance for us to partner with this country to help Argentina with the infrastructure so that Argentina can ramp up oil and gas and agriculture and lithium and rare earth minerals so that we can partner together to feed and fuel the world. We don't honestly need the oil and gas coming from here. We're in pretty good shape. We honestly don't need the agriculture. But we want to help the world also, and we want to partner with you because it helps us develop a good friendship. It helps us be a good global citizen. And so it's a long answer, but those are the issues.
That's a great answer, Ambassador.
Thank you.
Jorge, ¿estás de acuerdo que tenemos una oportunidad?
Jorge, do you agree that there's a unique opportunity for Argentina? Yes, indeed. And I have to say that we've been working effortlessly in that direction. I would like for everyone to know that this man sitting to my left, Mark, we are in touch at least 3 times a week. And we continue to talk about what Mark just mentioned, the means and tools to ramp the bilateral exchange between Argentina and the United States. We are working well. We're supplementing each other from our own positions. We represent different interests, but we do not represent contradictory interests. And this is worth noting. We have the same instructions from our both presidents, so we're very comfortable working together. 0.2% of total imports of the United States come from Argentina, 0.2. And this means that on the one hand, we have the U.S. as the longest investor in Argentina, 300 companies working in Argentina, and I feel on my skin a growing interest, particularly in certain fields. Jose Fernandez just mentioned the potential opportunity of Argentina and the energy sector. This long-standing investment tradition does not go against or clash with another element. The U.S. today is our third trading partner. The first one is Brazil, the second one is China, the third one is the United States of America. And we need to revamp this situation. We need to be multipliers. We cannot just be 0.2 of the imports of the United States. Beyond the framework that today represents a deficit situation, we are $1 billion below. And this means that we purchase from the United States almost $6 billion a year, and we sell $5 billion a year. And this is why it's so important to have reciprocal visits that we're organizing. We are 100% committed to revamping the level of integration amongst the two countries. And I'd like to also share with you that September will be a hectic month in the United States. Hectic because of the activity with Argentina. We'll receive the new Minister of Economy, Sergio Massa, in the United States, who will meet not just with the IMF, but also with the Treasury authorities, the White House, multilateral banks and organizations. We'll also receive mid-month, President Fernandez invited by President Biden to the White House, and we will also receive President Fernandez on September 20th for the General Assembly of the UN in New York. We'll make use of that multilateral visit to also organize events that can promote trade and investment opportunities in New York and Houston, so that we can have intense labor meetings with all American companies that have already invested or are thinking of investing in Vaca Muerta. And towards the end of September, and as a consequence of the organizational visit of President Fernandez to the White House, we will receive 10 governors all at the same time in Washington, and we will turn the embassy into a business venue where each governor will have its own office, and the companies that we are contacting already will be able to work face-to-face with decision makers of these 10 provinces participating in this round of businesses. This is very important because some provinces need to access the U.S. market with Mandarin origins and origins themselves. For example, Entre Rios, and we have some other provinces as Salta, Jujuy, and Catamarca, with whom I've been working with Mr. Morales, Sáenz, and Talil, that need to receive investment to continue working on extraction, but also industrialization of sodium in their provinces. And with this, I'd like to close, Susan. There's huge opportunities. The political will is present. We are going in that direction. We just have to make it happen. I share your vision 100%, Jorge.
We've talked about energy, and I love how you say that we can feed the world and fuel the world from Argentina. Could you talk about some other sectors, such as mining and services and technology? What are your views on those sectors, and how can we build a stronger relationship between Argentina and the United States in those sectors?
So I will answer that, but again, I will tell you that my focus, I can't tell Argentina what to do. We can't tell Argentina what to do, but those three sectors that we talked about, agriculture, livestock, shale oil and gas, and rare earth minerals, in my mind, those are the fastest way to returning Argentina to the economies of 1920. That's really important. But we are agile enough to walk and chew gum at the same time. And so, yes, we are talking with the Argentines about the next industrial revolution, which is going to happen within 5 or 10 years. And that's nanotechnology and artificial intelligence is going to totally change who we are and how we are. And Argentina is well poised for that with the intellectual capital, the human capital that you have in this country, the Nobel Prize winners, the universities, the tech clusters I've seen in Cordoba, in Salta, in Buenos Aires. There are clusters all around of really, really smart people, but you want to be ready for that next industrial revolution. We're working with Argentina on space exploration, on satellites. NASA and CNI are working together. We're working on 5G and the importance of an open RAN network instead of a closed RAN network, so that Argentine and U.S. developers can create apps and tools to make the 5G work even better and not give China a back door to all your information. We're working on nuclear technology. You've got a homegrown, fabulous modular nuclear technology sector that's already exporting isotopes to Australia, even to Russia before. So there's a lot of things that we can continue to work on. Can I step back? I wanted to say something. I loved what the other speakers have said. The one thing I would differ with Mayor Larreta on is he talked about coalition. He wants to build a coalition. And my only thing is, I would say do that today. I don't think Argentina should wait till the 2023 elections. I think that Everybody that we talk to, that Jorge and I talk to, everybody agrees exploiting these three markets, oil and gas, agricultural livestock, and rare earth minerals, is the answer. How do you get there? And is it one side or the other is going to control after the 2023 elections? My suggestion, and I can't tell Argentina what to do, but what I would love to see as an individual, as someone who loves Argentina, who sees the potential here, is for everybody to come together now. Don't wait 16 months. Today is the day that people should do this. The answer is so obvious to everybody in this room. It's so obvious to everybody I talk to. Or maybe they're just being kind to me, but nobody disagrees with me on this issue, that the stars are aligned, supply and demand is there. You've got the supply. The world has the demand. It's in Europe and Africa. Ramp up the infrastructure work. We want to help do that. Get it done. This is the time to do it. I hope the country doesn't wait till 2023 to do it.
Mr. Ambassador, I couldn't agree with you more. I'm not Argentine and can't.
And in fairness, you're getting advice from a guy who comes from a country that has fractured politics and has a hard time with a 50-50 Senate ourselves. But we do come together sometimes. This country I've seen come together on approving the IMF deal in March. Yeah. Both sides came together in the delegates and the Senate. So it's there. The answers are so obvious to all of us.
And the opportunity is today. Jorge, do you agree with that? I mean, is the opportunity today? And we also, I'd love you to touch on the supply chains, because I saw you nodding when I asked Jose Fernandez about that question. And so I'd love your input on opportunities for Argentina along those lines as well.
A ver, por supuesto que estoy de acuerdo con lo que dice Marc. Es una necesidad.
Let's see, I totally agree with what Marc is saying. Let us remember, it's not a problem that we only Argentinians face. I live in a country, it's the United States, where really the divide is deeper than that in Argentina. We are so used to flagellating ourselves. But do you remember I, the Worst of Everybody? It's a film. The feeling that we Argentinians have because we have low esteem, because we do things wrong, because we have not been able to really overcome this cyclic crisis, that we are the worst of all. But no, we have some assets, of course, and things that are so important. Last night with Susan and Marc, we shared a dinner with some of you as well. And the Minister of Home Affairs, Guado de Pedro, was talking. And when I listened to him, I wondered, Argentina really could overcome systematic and cyclic interruption of its democratic life. Remember, I was born in 1956. Since I was born until I grew up, I became an adult, something normal was a coup d'etat. It was kind of normal. We were able to overcome that terrible reality, and Argentina, it's an institutionally speaking country, more stable in the region. That is an asset for us. That's a value. It encourages us. We must be encouraged that we will also be capable of overcoming this tremendous problem of the value of our currency and inflation. Let's hope we are capable of doing that. Of course, an essential condition, as Marc says, is state policies. They need to be clear, agreed by all political stakeholders. Long-lasting. Change of administration policies continue, but clear, firm, everlasting. We are on that route. We hope, really, really hope that it can be materialized. Going to what Susan was saying, on behalf of Argentina, I signed an agreement at the summit. It's going to be very important among the Latin American food producers, United States, Argentina, Canada, etc. We're beginning a conversation aimed at alleviating the food crisis that was already existing as energy crisis, but this food crisis was aggravated after the Russian invasion to Ukraine, right? So we are facing an unprecedented opportunity regarding Argentina's possibility in Vaca Muerta. I was looking at some figures. In 2021, the USA exported to Europe 22 billion cubic meters of GNL. I mean, liquefaction, it's a terrible word, 23 billion square meters. This year, they will expand to 15 billion more. They will export 13 billion cubic meters of LNG to Europe because why not more? Because they cannot. The demand generated by the closure of Russia's operation exceeds what the United States can export. And there lies a tremendous opportunity that it's related to the USA. We need that investment capability in Argentina, not just for extraction, but also for transportation and also for the liquefaction process in itself, because that is what will give us a tremendous export potential. The President of the Republic after the UN Assembly will go to Houston, and we will organize a great workshop with American companies to provide all guarantees that foreign investments need to come to Argentina and to move forward, right? Value chain, very quickly, I will summarize it in a nutshell. I mean, until the war began in Ukraine, the priority regarding value chain design had to do with just-in-time, become effective and arrive just in time with a product already completed at the lowest possible cost. So many American companies started in China, and the discussion was intensified. And I was part of the Trump administration for 1 year, and it's ongoing, and it's still prevalent today. But after the war, there's a new concept regarding value chain, which is the concept of security. And decisions are made or are taken that are not just considering the just-in-time concept, but maybe just in case, not just in time, just in case we are looking for reliable and the nearshoring concept and the friendshoring concept. There is where Argentina has the possibility of exceeding the 0.2% that Argentina represents in the U.S. exports, because we have a stable institutional life, because if we are able to achieve or to provide stability to the economy, we will become more reliable. We're close, we're in the time zone, and our people, the producers, those who are in the knowledge market, speak English. We have competitive advantages that have to do with our competitiveness. We still lack the political willingness to implement it. Thank you very much. Ambassador Stanley, would you like to comment?
On the comments, this is great.
First, Jorge, I hope the translation was wrong, but it came across that you were part of the Trump administration for a year.
It was wrong.
It was wrong. Okay, good. Look, I love this discussion because what it tells me is we can learn from each other. There's a lot Argentina can learn from the United States. I've been here 6 months. There's a lot we in the United States can learn from Argentina. On social issues, you're way ahead of us. On human rights, on a lot of things. You have a law giving a woman a right to choice of what to do with her body. You have a law recognizing gay marriage. Our Supreme Court has gone a bit to the other way, and we've got to go to the legislatures and try to fix that. But there's so much we can learn from each other. And there's not just the U.S. that wants to partner with Argentina. We have companies at the door waiting to come in or waiting to invest more. Even companies like ExxonMobil and Chevron, they're already here. They're ready to do a lot more in Vaca Muerta, but we want to make sure there's transparency, that there's access to capital, that there's fair rules and regulations. Then it's not going to be subject to the whims of different administrations. So there's protection for these companies. But it's not just U.S. The EU companies are eager to come in here and work. And we promote that. We think that's a great thing. I want to, after we go to Washington, and I hope this is moving in the right direction, I'd love to see President Biden call Germany and France. You don't need his call. You already have great relations. But say, hey, Argentina wants to partner with the United States to feed and fuel the world. You should join this too. Help them with the infrastructure, because Europe and Africa, you're the ones that need what they have. And they're eager to do it. The opportunities are just so clear and evident and in front of us that I'm very excited about it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Jorge, hablamos mucho de la relación entre
You talk a lot because about the relationship between Argentina and the USA, but Ambassador Stanley spoke about the opportunities with Europe. You know it all. So one of the most important things is infrastructure, right? Because we need infrastructure in order to really accomplish this vision. And you obviously have an experience in the United States and with Europe. What do you think about this? Obviously, the great challenge is to obtain financing in order to have the necessary infrastructure that will allow for a better development. This goes without saying. We are having multiple discussions in this regard. That is why it is so important to achieve what Mark was saying. We agree we need clear rules that are predictable, that investors and recipients of the investment abide by, that cause to the maturity that the country should express and guarantee in order to guarantee, of course, the future of investments. And as I was saying, with this process, because regarding gas production, it's totally fulfilled for the future 200 years with Vaca Muerta. But it's not just domestic or internal, of course, need. We need to find how to participate. Of course, gas is better than of carbon and, of course, renewable energies, but gas is better than coal. We've published a couple of weeks ago in Open Embassy, my journal, and the title is Coal is coming back. I mean, let's not go back to coal ever. Some countries are going back to coal. We need to give importance to gas, and gas is our opportunity. Now, we need to transport gas, and we need to generate a lot of pressure so that this full room full of gas may be bottled, because thousands and thousands of bottles in a ship will allow us to export gas, make money, and, of course, to allow for the benefits. That's why we need the infrastructure that is lacking. Agreements with the European Union countries is making progress. So we were invited to the G7 summit a couple of weeks ago in Germany. There it was decided $600 billion were agreed upon regarding the G7 framework. And our economies such as ours, should be the recipients of investments. That is why Fernandez's visit to Washington is so important, because pursuant to these discussions will also be, of course, discussed with Biden's administration.
Are there other issues which you think are really important as you look to build the bilateral relationship with Argentina?
Absolutely. And I also want to thank Jorge. He is a great emissary of your country in Washington. He knows everybody respects him, and he navigates both sides very well. We just had 7 Republican senators here, and I called Jorge and I said, you should be here. We're having them for lunch. And sure enough, a Democrat invited the Argentine ambassador to the United States and Mansour, chief of cabinet. We had lunch at my residence with 7 Republican senators who I might not agree with on a lot of things domestically, but they agreed with everything on Argentina. The notion of partnering, they're eager to partner with this country. I think that they're also focused on the low-hanging fruit, oil and gas, agriculture, livestock, and rare earth minerals. But we're also proud to work with Argentina on green energy, on climate change ramifications, and trying to mitigate the ramifications. Both President Fernandez held a mini summit here last year, which Secretary Kerry participated in. Mayor Loretta is holding a C40 conference in October, bringing the 40 largest cities committed to mitigation of climate change ramifications. And so the commitments made by Argentina on climate change are real and really important, and we would like to partner with them, with Argentina, so that we don't have to change the name from Buenos Aires to Malos Aires.
Muy bien.
Jorge, la misma pregunta a ti. ¿Existe otro temas que...
Jorge, are there other priority issues that you consider in relationship with the United States? May I tell you, 2 months ago in Washington, there's an annual exhibition of technology companies related to aerospatial industry. Not just talk about gas and not just talking about raw materials. Let's talk about aerospatial industries. This year, for the very first time, Argentina as a country has its own exhibition booth. I mean, a booth and 12 Argentinian companies exporting aerospatial technology to the USA participated, and they are part of that value chain that ends by putting American, Argentinian, or any other nationality rockets into the sky. And I like to talk about that because there was such a joy there. 12 Argentine companies, I mean, they made a lot of effort, really, to participate, and with the support of the government, they were able to participate at the satellite exhibition, but in the framework of a strategy designed by the Foreign Office, implemented by the embassy, which is part of a promotion policy and the promotion policy of knowledge, right? And I insist we have competitive advantages placing us in such a better situation compared to many of our potential competitors, because Argentina has an innate talent, individual talents. Maybe it would be fantastic to speak about collective talent. We are far from that. We are not mature yet. Maybe in the long term, but this will allow us to have ongoing and permanent state policies. But there's so much innate talent in Argentina. And when there is the possibility of having these events that allow us to open doors in foreign markets, I know that this is something really to celebrate. And the same way could be said about software, ITs, and also having to do with the exports. We have a major presence in the United States in an industry that will only grow, and it's complemented with these other situations that we've just discussed. Thank you, Susan. So time is up.
Quiero decir una cosa, que yo creo que los Estados Unidos es fortunado de tener ambassadors.
The United States is proud of having Stanley ambassador here, and Argentina proud of having Jorge as our ambassador in the USA. Ambassador Stanley, final.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. But also thank you to everybody in this room for allowing me to serve here in Argentina. I think I'm one of the luckiest people in the world to get to be here at this time, to see Argentina get on a trajectory to bring the country to where it should be. I just feel lucky. I love this country. I love the people I've met, and I really want to thank everybody.
Well, thank you to you both. Thank you for...
Thank you.
Agradecemos la presencia en este.
Thank you, Jorge Arguello, Mark Stanley, in this conversation among two ambassadors. And of course, thanks to Susan for moderating. Please keep your mobiles off during the conference, and thank you so much.
Les recordamos que pueden seguir el debate y las novedades.
I'd like to remind you that you can follow the debate on #CouncilArt and on different profiles at CAC Te Informa. Thank you.
Les pedimos por favor que
We'd like to ask you to take your seats once again to continue with this conference. We will now receive in a few minutes Sergio Díaz-Granado, Executive President of the Development Bank for Latin America, CAF.
por favor les pedimos que tomen asiento nuevamente.
Once again, please take back your seats to continue with the agenda of the conference. Thank you.
Les pedimos, por favor, si poco a poco pueden...
Would you please be so kind to take back your seats in order to continue with the next round of speakers?
Les pedimos, por favor, poco a poco regresar a sus ubicaciones, así podemos continuar. Los invitamos.
Please do come back to your seats in order to continue with our next speakers.
Les pedimos, por favor,
Please do return to your seats in order to continue with the conference.
los invitamos a ingresar nuevamente al Salón Versalles. Por favor, los invitamos nuevamente a tomar sus ubicaciones, ingresando al Salón Versalles para continuar con la conferencia. Muchas gracias. Los invitamos a regresar a sus ubicaciones, por favor. Aún nos quedan oradores en esta jornada del Council de las Américas.
We'd like to invite you once again to come back to your seats in order to continue with the conference. Thank you. Please do return to the Versalles Hall, where the conference will continue. within the Council of the Americas 2022 framework. Please do return to your seats to continue. Thank you.
Les pedimos.
Please return to your seats in the Versailles Hall to continue with the conference. Thank you.
Reiteramos, los invitamos a...
Let us invite you once again to the Versailles Hall and take back your seats to continue with the conference.
Bien, ya estamos listos.
All right, then, we'd like to welcome Sergio Díaz Granado, Executive President of the Development Bank for Latin America, CAF. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say hi to Susan Siegel and Mario Greenman, and the sponsors of this event. Almost a year ago, Susan and myself were having lunch in New York because we were there for the General Assembly of the UN, and we talked about these in-person events and the possibility of having them. And here we are, a year later, and I'm here to ratify the interest of CAF to support these dialogues around the region in Buenos Aires, of course, and contribute firmly to this hemispheric integration, not just amongst administrations, but from the private sector. Our interest is to become a vehicle of dialogue integration around the continent. I'd like to remind you all that this year, as the Undersecretary Fernandez mentioned, CAF was present in the Summit of the Americas, supporting the corporate summit, but also leading the first mayor meeting within the Summit of the Americas framework, where we talked about the great challenges of the region at a subnational level, and we will continue to support a second meeting in Dallas, just as the Undersecretary Fernandez mentioned. I'd like to also greet ambassadors, both from Argentina and the U.S., and I'd like to briefly share with you two thoughts. The first one on CAF, where we come from, where we are right now, and where we aim at going, and the relationship between CAF and Argentina. Where do we come from? We need to remind ourselves that this is a regional integration instrument. Today, 55 years after its creation, the Latin Bank, the Caribbean Bank, CAF, is the public asset for integration of greater significance in the region. And I'm not saying this just on my own. The University of Oxford quoted this in a history and evolution of financing mechanisms was mentioned as well, where the bank was qualified as one of the best experiments for financing integration and financing to development in the emerging world. And this appraisal was made based on the evolution of CAF in the past 55 years. The motto, the central DNA, has always been integration. It's been 5 Andean presidents that back in 1968 created this mechanism to facilitate integration of Andean countries. And the first operation carried out by this bank was actually an integration bridge in the state of Zulia to connect Venezuela and Colombia over the Limon River. The first project 55 years ago was really aimed at integrating Andean countries. But it was in 1990 with great vision that back President Enrique Garcia set 3 simple strategies for the bank. The first one, for the bank to become the first issuer by Latin Americans to be able to issue bonds from Latin America. Secondly, to increase geographical coverage. And thirdly, to move aside just from international trade financing or bordering integration, but rather to become a financing agent for international development. And back then, it was $800 million of loans annually. And 30 years later, we moved to $14 billion. This is the most silent story within Latin America and the Caribbean that aggregates amount of all the development banks in the region, the World Bank, the IDB, the Central American Bank, the Caribbean Bank from Plata, and ourselves, 55 billion for Latin America. And CAF, 14 billion of approval out of those 55. The bank of and for the Latin American people. We've managed the bank prudentially, but at the same time with flexibility, in an agile manner, with fast responses to governments and the private sector. This year, additionally, we've received a better rating in a great extent because we boosted the bank with an aim of increasing the geographical coverage and focusing on a strategy aimed at the great challenges of the region. We've done so because within the bank, we've built consensus from the time of the election of the new administration last year. We built consensus, and I'm very pleased to say that my administration was proposed by Argentina and Colombia, and they also actually presented my vice president, Ms. Ragnhild Melzi, to propose that all governments, shareholders of the bank, reach consensus. And this consensus capitalized us in a record number, 7 billion approved in Cartagena last year by all the governments that made up of CAF and the private sector as well. This bank is the only multilateral bank in Latin America that has one private sector director. For the past 30 years, 13 private banks of Latin America and the Caribbean are part of the bank as shareholders and are represented at the board of directors. And we've reached a consensus in Cartagena as to capitalize in the bank to double our portfolio by 2030. We'd like to become the main source of financing and developing in Latin America from now to 2030. And in this debate with the board back in December, where we created a consensus, a unity environment, looking for an instrument that can combine necessities of the region, the board really highlighted our roadmap. We need to make this bank become not just a source of financing for central governments, but also local governments. 1% of Latin America territory and 85% live there. This is a region of cities. We have an important group of cities that are growing at a 2-digit speed, and we have a great opportunity of financing highlighted by the board of directors. And that is true. We have a great experience in Brazil with Bank of Municipalities, a portfolio of 3 billion in Brazil, 96 operations covering municipalities of all sizes, large municipalities as Sao Paulo, and subway lines as small ones such as Niterói. And in Argentina, we have a great portfolio covering all the territory and direct operations in 17 out of 24 jurisdictions in Argentina. This bank has the capacity of going there and working with local governments. Our second focus, highlighted by the board in December, was to work closer with the private sector, make them part of the team as a tool, as an anchorage mechanism to meet the climate change goals. And another element that was also present in our conversation is for us to work on the Latin America and the Caribbean regional integration. This is an important instrument in the strategy that we relaunched last year. Our great challenge, of course, in Latin America within the juncture and all the reflections at a global level. We know that the region might run the risk of becoming irrelevant in the global context, but we actually want the region to be predominant in the global dialogue in terms of energy, climate change adaptation, and solution to a potential food crisis. And we see the role of the bank there, working coordinately with our partners to face these discussions. And let me share a reflection with you. In the past board meeting in Panama in July, we spent a whole afternoon to talk about energy transition and the importance of the region in the face of this challenge and this transition, the role that our countries need to play, the gas transition as a vehicle to leverage and make savings and private investment grow in Latin America and to become a continent of solutions to the global energy crisis. We know that in the short term, we will become, as a bank, a reference bank in this regard. We've carried out operations for GPF in Argentina. We've also carried out projects for the last mile of natural gas in Lima to provide 1 million inhabitants in this Callao zone access to gas as the last mile. And we will continue this dialogue with clients and countries and the private sector all across Latin America in the next few months. We are interested, particularly in Latin America, to use their assets. Just in the gas sector, Latin America has a 9 trillion possibility to develop. We have the possibility of increasing molecules to make it a vehicle of integration for the region as a deficit that we've been accumulating from the fiscal and social perspective. And from that perspective, we are organizing these conversations for the interior of the region to facilitate a process of integration and energetic transition for Latin America. Let me quickly talk about CAF and Argentina. This is a relationship based on trust and mutual support. Since 2001, where Argentina became part of CAF as a country member, our portfolio grew at 7.3 annually. This is a significant growth Every dollar that Argentina invested with the bank has become $3 in mobilization for the country. We've accumulated a portfolio of $3.5 billion. And additionally, a great presence of Argentinians within the bank, not just here, but also in the rest of the region. What are we interested in? We're interested in continue to grow, doubling the portfolio in the next 4 years, hopefully, because this will become a significant growth for the integration of the region that will affect citizens and cities. And in this past year, together with Christian, we visited many provinces, being here in the city of Buenos Aires. We were in Jujuy in March, at the beginning of the week in Rio Negro and Bariloche, witnessing the projects and what has been built in the past years. We've been a key stakeholders of the expansion of the coverage of quality education of Jujuy, but also for the preparation and production of satellites of INVAP that we visited at the beginning of the week, or the extension of radar and improvement of radar for navigation in Argentina. We are interested in continuing this roadmap, keeping more sensitive growth projects for the country to become more efficient, but we're also interested in our private sector portfolio to grow. The private sector has to be part of our projects, the transformational projects for Argentina, supporting economic growth and productivity. We also see down the road instruments of CAF, such as CAF Asset Management, that today we run in Uruguay and Colombia with great success. We're mobilizing a private debt instrument, $1.5 billion in Uruguay and a similar amount in Colombia, connecting infrastructure projects with private savings. And this is where we're interested in expanding this instrument by CAF within Argentina in the next few years, supporting the structuring of infrastructure projects, help financing, mobilizing more savings within the region to Argentina, make the presence and composition and participation of private sector in the economic growth of the country. We need more economy. We need more economic growth, a convergent one within the region, not just for the center and the capital cities, but in other provinces as well, in other states, depending on the country where we are at. And for that effect, to that effect, CAF is sharing our particularly of Argentina. It's a complex time, internally, externally, and we know we need to prepare ourselves to be able to build. We ratify our commitment on behalf of CAF as a 55-year team going through every crisis in Latin America, supporting governments and administrations, understanding the juncture that we face on a daily basis, but knowing that we can move our countries forward, move our region forward. And this is why I ratify once again our commitment. We aspire to double its size, its portfolio, and recomposes the private sector presence for the demands and the needs of the citizens. Thank you.
We would like to thank Sergio Díaz Granado. Thank you for being with us in this panel. Executive President of the Latin American Development Bank, CAF. And following, we will go on to the new panel, Argentina, an energy opportunity. And to this end, we would like to invite Juan Martín Bulgeroni, VP of Upstream Strategy and Planning at Pan American Energy, Guillermo Calo, Managing Director at Rincon Lithium Project Rio Tinto, Matias Campodónico, President of Argentina, Latin American Southern Cone at Dow, and Martín Genesio, President and CEO at AES Argentina. This panel will be moderated by Ragnik Melzi, VP of American Society, Council of the Americas. So you can follow the meeting, #CouncilArg, and also at Café Informa and ASCOAS and CAC Informa.
Agradecemos.
We would like to thank our audience and our sponsors at this 2022 Council of the Americas meeting. Thank you to our speakers and to the authorities and officials. And while being in this room, please keep your mobiles off or in silence mode. So Argentina, an energy opportunity. Juan Martín Bulgeroni, President of Upstream and Strategy Planning. Guillermo Calo, Managing Director of the Lithium Project Rio Tinto. Matías Capodónico, President of Argentina and Southern Region, Latin America, Atao. Genesio, President and CEO, AES Argentina. Moderator, Rangel Meltzi, VP of American Society, Council of the Americas. Is it on? Thank you. You pronounced my name perfect. I appreciate. And following the previous discussions moderated by Jose Fernandez and ambassadors' discussion, it's all clear the major opportunities and the potential that Argentina has in the energy sector, especially in this worldwide scenario. And this what has been discussed very, very much during our stay in Buenos Aires. A major opportunity is the abundance of resources that Argentina has, and they are key to supply energy to the world, an energy which is consistent with energy transition. An energy resource as gas, it is key for the transition, and lithium, these resources. Argentina is the second lithium reserve in the world, and we all know that lithium is an essential resource for energy transition. In this context, the idea of our panel was to discuss with key energy stakeholders in Argentina, of course, representing producers, distributors, consumers, and also the mining sector, and listening from them, what is their vision for the future of the country? So, a general question to all of you. My question is, which are the challenges and the opportunities that Argentina has to transition through this energy transition, right, and to go to this energy transition? Martin, you start. Good morning, and thank you. Thank you to the American Society for the invite. I would like to define energy transition. I believe that historically we've always obviously experienced transition: coal, natural gas, nuclear energy, hydraulic energy, and eventually renewable energies appeared, and there and then the transition was renewable from the point of view that energy sources are going to be depleted and we need new energy sources, right? Today, when we talk about energy transition, besides having the objective, right, of having competitive, accessible energy, accessible to millions of people worldwide, we also imply sustainable energy, and sustainable from the emissions point of view. I mean, not just if it is finite or renewable, the resource, but we need to speak what is it that we do with emissions. In this regard, we have three clear divisions: low carbon, which these are energies that emit less carbon than traditional energy resources. Also, the net zero carbon, where we
in energy consumption, there is a little bit of emission, but it is counteracted with initiatives that capture carbon from the atmosphere, or it is captured during the combustion process. And we also talk about zero carbon, no carbon at all. Everything that is generated is generated from non-carbon emitting resources. And this is extremely important because energy transition as it is today, the path is not clear. There's so many options, and regionally speaking, it is being approached in different ways. In the USA, the market is focused on carbon capture and turning it available in reservoirs. Europe, the strong tendency is zero emission, and they are focused on renewable energies. So Argentina's opportunities have been mentioned repeatedly today. We have resources, and also we have a market that demands this type of energy, right? And I believe that markets that demand this type of energy are two. One, Europe, as mentioned, that demands green energy, and Argentina can provide green energy. It needs to go through that path. It is one of our objectives, but also another audience are regions in the world that require energy at competitive prices, and the alternative today is, of course, coal. And with our gas reserves in Argentina, we can help these economies to be cleaner and to transition through this path as known today, the transition path. Having said this, I would like to leave the floor to the rest of the members so that they can describe the different resources available in Argentina. Thank you. Thank you. And so clean energies, Argentina, very important. Guillermo, please. How would you tackle the question? Okay. As a country, we have major opportunities. What's complicated is to turn opportunities into realities. This was mentioned repeatedly today. We have major challenges that we need to overcome, but also the opportunity of the products that are needed worldwide for the decarbonization process. I will talk about lithium. World requires mineral products, strategic minerals. Argentina has a major potential, just as with natural gas reserves, which is going to be major in energy transition. But as a country, we assume commitments, but we need clearer objectives nationwide. We need disciplined, orderly implementation of the plan, and we have a major opportunity to offer critical minerals and energy to the world for this energy transition. But also it represents a need globally. Our clients in the world are demanding low-emission products, and in the future, if we are unable to have, for example, energy matrix and having products with low emissions, we will lose some markets with a price impact. So in a country, we need a strategic plan and clear objectives for this transition to take place. In regards to minerals, Argentina has everything. Lithium today is basic, and it's required by everybody for battery manufacturing. We are the second world reserve. It's the fourth international producer with 2 sites, but 27 future projects and many upcoming centers or sites. We could be positioned as the 3rd international producer in the short term. Price, given supply and demand, is in a particular situation, right? And this enables us to, of course, attract currencies to our country. And also, copper for electrification processes. Argentina is not taking the best advantage of copper, but this requires investment and a lot of planning, stability, and many other things that have been mentioned. Many opportunities and many challenges. Challenges having to do with investment, talent, expertise. And considering that Argentina has not a complete, of course, kind of supply chain, and we need talent, we need a comprehensive planning and clear objectives to do this. So lithium is a major asset that Argentina has, but it needs time, discipline, and a lot of money to develop it. Matthias, how would you answer this question? Thank you, Randy. Thanks for the invite to the council. I will go back to what Martin and Guillermo mentioned, that I would like to say that Dow is celebrating 125 years worldwide, 25 in Bahia Blanca. We have 6 plants. We have 4 cracking sites and 2 polyethylene centers. I don't know if you know that Dow is present in upstream with YPF or YPF. We were one of Vaca Muerta pioneers with the Orejano shale gas, of course, wells, and of course it's processing 40% of gas which is extracted from Vaca Muerta, to give you a perspective of what Dow represents in Argentina. But we are totally willing to continue growing. Regarding sustainability, sustainability is one of the great drivers. 20 years ago, we said it was part of our corporate strategy. Today, it is the strategy. Sustainability is everything, or our capital investment projects have to do with sustainability. We are investing $1 billion per year to decarbonize our crackers fleet, and we are embarking on a very important project in Canada. It is the first net zero cracker with a strategy that uses processing gases that turns it into hydrogen. As Martin said, in North America, it's a capture kind of tendency. Of course, we have major capture and incentives policy allowing for this type of investments. In Argentina, of course, we have a major potential at Vaca Muerta with a transition fuel. Gas is a transition fuel and renewable. We have some hardware issues. The tremendous photovoltaic and wind capacity that NOA and Patagonia regions have. It demands resources, and we need midstream investment, right? It is great news is the progress of the Néstor Kirchner gas pipeline, and it's a game changer totally. And honestly, we need to see half of the glass full, because 10 years ago, I mean, Vaca Muerta was a major question mark. Today, it's a reality. We can look into the future being optimistic. I mean, maybe changes don't take place as quickly as we wished, but this optimism, and personally, it's based on what I see as a major consensus among the political leaders, that this is the way out, that this will allow us to really overcome the major restrictions that Argentina has historically faced and finance the infrastructure we need so that the energy transition may be accomplished. So it is a window of opportunity that we need to take advantage. At Dow, our objective is carbon neutrality at 2060, and it's a window that will be closed eventually. But we are on the right track to become pioneers and leaders in energy transition in Argentina. So sustainability, very important. The market demands net zero energies. I think that Vaca Muerta should change its name, right? It's green cow, vaca verde. Martin, what would you say in this regard? Thank you, Randy. Hello, everybody. Randy, you were wondering about Argentina's potential, and I would like to maybe do some sort of an exercise. Would you ever dream of a country outside from major countries, United States, China, Russia, that might have this energy potential as Argentina? We have the second world reserve on shale gas, fourth international reserve in shale oil, and in LATAM, it is top 5 regarding sun energy in wind, top 5 worldwide, and we have the second largest lithium reserve all over the world. Incredible. And in the San Jorge Gulf and the Malvinas Basin, we have conventional resources as well. Of course, tied to this, the potential of what Argentina could be producing in hydrogen. If you add everything, there's no other country in the world having our potential. There's no other. We are top 1 regarding energy potential outside from the major players, right? So in this regard, answering to your question, Randy, I believe that besides having this major potential, the world is at a moment that it is living the energy transition that has already commenced. We are talking the transition, something that's about to come. No. The transition began a couple of years ago, and the world is living this transition, and the transition demands resources, certain type of resources, and Argentina has a gigantic potential of these resources. So we have the right resources at the right moment of the history of humanity. And in this regard, we are compelled to develop this resource potential. And by developing this potential, Argentina might become one of the most important and relevant stakeholders worldwide regarding what the transition, energy transition, will become. Randy, you wondered and you asked about the transitions we need to face in order to develop this whole potential. The macro potential, it's totally obvious. But the major challenge, because macro is something that it is about this moment, the macro challenges will be overcome eventually. But I think that the major challenge we have is to agree, come to an agreement. We are maybe stepping on a bomb of potential resources, but we need this potential of resources to be developed. How do we agree? There are many ways, there are many avenues for agreement, but I do believe that the best, the simplest way to agree is by talking, dialogue. We need so much dialogue among the private and the public sector, among politicians. Talk, dialogue. We need to agree. And as Ambassador Arguello said in the previous panel, we need long-term policies, maybe not major long-term policies, but sectorial long-term policies. For example, long-term policy for lithium, long-term policy for shale oil, for shale gas, for renewable non-conventional energies, maybe. If we are able to agree, Argentina will overnight and drastically change its production profile in a very, very short time. So major opportunities, and we can dream and we can also discuss. It's free, and why not start talking? The second part of the panel is individual questions to our panelists. First question, Juan Martin, to you. What is your vision from Pan American Energy regarding the future of Vaca Muerta and the role of gas as an accelerator of energy transition?
I think it's important. Martin and Matias both touched upon consensus and agreement. I believe that in Vaca Muerta, we need to continue this conversation. Consensus has made its own progress. And I think it's important due to the foreseeable investments that need to be made in Vaca Muerta. Vaca Muerta and the gas opportunity for Argentina to come out to the world. In previous panels, they talk about feeding and fueling the world. Well, this is about fueling the world, where we can rapidly make footprints in terms of liquid gas. But let me go back and touch upon certain figures. If we consider consumption of Argentina for the next 20 years, regional exports to Chile included, we have approximately 6 times the reserves of what we could consume in Argentina. We could consume 55 TCF in 20 years. We have 300 of them in Vaca Muerta, so 6 times that amount. This clearly gives us the idea that we have enough reserves for our local supply and international supply, and markets for gas export or consumption of that gas for energetic transition, for hydrogen, methanol, ammonium, and move to green hydrogen that Europe is so interested in and that will be needed down the road once the technologies are developed. Vaca Muerta has a significant productivity level. We've drilled more than 500 wells, and the production of gas in Argentina comes from Vaca Muerta, 50% in gas, 40% in oil. So Vaca Muerta is in operation. It's progressing strongly. Recent announcements regarding infrastructure are needed to give it an extra boost, and I think they're based on 3 pillars. A local pillar, because we need to enhance and increase infrastructure for a better supply locally of gas, which will enable us to improve the commercial or the trade balance of our country. Secondly, we need to become part of the regional integration, have more exports to Brazil, Chile, Uruguay. We are actually also talking about potentially reaching Brazil and Bolivia with the existing infrastructure. So there's long-term projects that can all be part of our real life that will help our trade situation between Argentina and Brazil. Finally, we need to talk about liquefied gas projects. These are projects aimed at exports that will allow us to generate foreign currency for the country, and also such a degree of activity that will allow us to have competitive costs and prices at an international level for Vaca Muerta. We already have such competitive prices, but just so you have an idea, a train of 5 million tons per year would require 500 wells in Vaca Muerta of gas, which will mean a significant level of activity through a decade or so. And this needs to be multiplied by all potential projects that will entail more activity for Argentina and its different communities, not just in Neuquén, but also around the country. With that, we can provide Argentina with competitive energy, and based on that, we can start creating industrial projects that will allow Argentina to add value and continue exporting to the world. I think there's a great opportunity with Vaca Muerta. Consensus is ready. It's in operation. And I know there's a lot to do as well. The LNG projects are about $10, $15 billion with petrochemical infrastructure. Then we're talking about another $15, $20 billion we talk about upstream and wells. So great opportunities, great projects for Vaca Muerta. So there's great demand for capital, but this is substitution of imports that will take regional integration to a step forward, because we know that this region has great potential ahead. So thank you for that, Martin. Next question is for Guillermo Calo. Guillermo, how important is lithium in this energetic transition, and what is the opportunity for Argentina in this field? What are the opportunities for investment growth in this segment? I think you've shared with us some initial thoughts, but maybe you can go in depth, because these electric vehicles are so much talked upon, but then we hear that there are not enough batteries for them. Let me explain to you what lithium is. It's a alkaline metal of low density that allows for storing energy and is used in the manufacturing of cathodes, which is a key element in the manufacturing of batteries. The fact that it has a low density allows for small volume, small weight energy storage in great volumes. And this is what's happening with the production of batteries. There's different battery standards, of course. All of them use lithium in two formats, lithium carbonate or lithium hydrix. And it depends on the amount of cobalt, magnesium, and lithium. The sources of lithium are diverse. When we talk about a lithium triangle in the northwest of Argentina, Chile, Bolivia, where we extract from salt areas, which is an industrial process. And there's another way, which is rock lithium, such as in Australia, more traditional extraction process that requires refinery processes further on. In the northwest of Argentina, we find these salt lands that were not that much used in the past. Now we find brine areas in the area, and where we can find is water, basically. Brine water of 1.2 of density, high levels of salt and minerals, and the industrial process really rescues or extracts lithium from these brines that are made up of other salts of minerals that for the purpose of the lithium are not really used. Lithium in lithium carbonate is like a white powder that we can pack and send to the cathodes producer. 70% of the battery production today is in China, and there are projects and developments in Europe and North America that are very much interested in manufacturing these cathodes and batteries close to the automotive terminals. There's a problem of stability and transportation from an environment perspective for hydroxide. So this cathode is used for battery manufacturing, and the battery is used, as you know, for electric vehicles, public transportation, and load transportation as well. We've created in Rio Tinto a battery materials section not more than a year ago, focused on critical required materials for batteries. And we saw opportunities of recycling as well, because it will play a key role in the lithium, cobalt, nickel production in the future. and it will start becoming even more relevant in the international market due to a supply and demand situation. The lithium price is quite high today, which will be sustained for the next 4 to 5 years because demand cannot be satisfied but operations for the next few years and the increase of recycling activities, this will make us reach a point of equilibrium, and as of 2027, the price will remain more stable. As a company, as a corporation, we want a net zero lithium productions. All new investment projects tend to go into the net zero position, and the company has other divisions such as steel, aluminium, copper, and there's clear goals for the products that we offer to be of low emissions or neutral emissions. The company is investing in $7.5 billion in the next 8 years to reconvert fleet from diesel to electric fleet in mining equipment, converting these processes into electrical processes. So there's an internal operation and process within the company so that we offer net zero products, and we also offer products for our clients to have a carbon footprint that is much more reduced. In a nutshell, that's what I can share in terms of lithium and the opportunity. The opportunity is huge. There's 2 operations. We are the 4th international producer. There's 27 projects in operation right now. We've made significant investment in Mendoza as well. We are at the early stage, early works and construction. We'll start into the operation stage in 2024. So it takes a while, right, to develop projects. And everyone thinks that mining is not good because it's dirty. But mining can be sustainable, and there's a great deal of pressure by investors to make it sustainable. And we need these minerals for energetic transition, right? Matias, what can a company such as Dow provide and the petrochemical industry at large to ensure full development in Vaca Muerta? You talked about its great potential. What is Dow's role? Based on what Juan Martin mentioned, good news is that there's gas to do many things, to export LNG, to send it through a pipeline to Sao Paulo through Uruguay. There's a project in our portfolio, hopefully through Bolivia. But before we go into Dow, let me tell you about the petrochemical industry and the chemical industry. 90% of industrial goods or durable consumption are touched upon somehow by the chemical and petrochemical industry. Today, it represents 12% of manufacturing production of Argentina and 17% of exports, industrial exports of Argentina. As we've just mentioned, we were pioneers in the development of Vaca Muerta, and the fact that we have Vaca Muerta and it has its dynamics, this allows us to think as an industry and not just as Dow in an enhancement, increase of the petrochemical pole of Bahia Blanca and Argentina at large. When the shale gas boom took place, Dow invested $6 billion just in its operations on the Gulf Coast in Mexico, in the United States. And if we would need to value all this petrochemical area in Bahia Blanca, not just Dow, we're talking about a $10 billion investment. If we would increase 50% the production capacity of these petrochemical premises, it would imply $4 billion more in exports for Argentina. If we compare, not just at current prices, that are a consequence of the Russia-Ukraine gas, a molecule of gas exported in LNG, transported in urea, that value of that molecule would be multiplied by 2 or 3. If you turn it into polyethylene, then it turns into 5 or 6, and a finished product, plastic resign, we can multiply it by 8 or 9. I'm not saying we have to take one path or the other. This is supplementary paths. The gas, the quantity, the quality of it, because it's again important to highlight the quality of the rock and the liquids that can be extracted. And petrochemical really plays a key role beyond the diversification of industrial added value in the imports of a country. But when talking about separation processes, natural gas in the well can be in conditions, in standards that could be injected into the pipeline. We need to invest in companies such as Mega and TGS in General Serri. To wrap up, I'd like to share an optimistic message, a consensus message. I think we all need to sit around a table and continue talking. And as Martin very well said, from the private sector, we need to be at the service of the public sector to continue the conversation, to help support decision makers so that they can understand better how we can work jointly moving forward this agenda and creating regulatory frameworks, more specific, more general ones that have to do with energetic transition or the development of renewable energies that will allow us to become leaders in the next few years in the development of Vaca Muerta and the international energetic transition. So there's great opportunity of the creation of added value, right, in terms of gas. I'm not sure about you, but I've learned so much today. I think I will have an exam at the end of the session. Martin, how do you think we can reach that consensus to develop the potential opportunities of Argentina in this regard? We are all talking about these optimistic messages. How do you think this can become real?
Great question, Randy. Great news. We have an example of something that worked, Vaca Muerta. Today, nobody would discuss the need of developing Vaca Muerta. No, a couple of years ago, some sectors were discussing Vaca Muerta should be developed today or in the future. No, today this discussion is obsolete. And there is agreement in the private public sector at political level, and the society agrees that Vaca Muerta is a potential that should be developed for the benefit of the country as a whole. That is an example. Another specific example that did work and has to do with the development of non-conventional renewable energies. Lately, the last 3 to 4 years, a major investment was done in the sector. Investments to the sector collapsed. The electric transportation capacity to receive new investments, and the discussion lies there. The discussion is, how is it that we can expand transportation capability to receive new investments in this subsector? So this is a specific example that, yes, the discussion is over, and it is a sector in which all, or the society as a whole and all stakeholders are convinced that it has to be developed. Now, looking into the future, I think, Randy, that the same thing should happen in the lithium sector. We need some sort of determination about the absolute need of developing this sector as quickly as possible. And there is a need to really build evacuation systems of what is being produced in Vaca Muerta. Discussion about Vaca Muerta is over. Now, how can we discuss how to evacuate what is being produced in Vaca Muerta and to develop and produce more? We need to pipe the whole country. fill it with pipes. And this is the discussion that should take place at present. And this is the major issue that all stakeholders and the society as a whole should be convinced. And filling up the country with pipes, not just for domestic use, but also for export, right? So looking into the future and going specifically to your question, Randy, how is it that we can really repeat Vaca Muerta's experience? What happened in Vaca Muerta to turn Vaca Muerta in what it is today? Many things happened, but something I remember all the time is that in 2017, a dialogue panel was convened in Neuquén with the participation of 4 stakeholders: the national government, the provincial government, the unions, and the private sector. And after this panel, a sort of resolution was passed that initially gave a structure to what happened later. It was a resolution which gave the foundation to what happened later. And what happened later or after is that the province of Neuquén changed 180 degrees its productive kind of profile in 2 years. I mean, we witnessed the production capacity that this opportunity and this province and the Vaca Muerta in itself represented. So considering this success story, let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's replicate Vaca Muerta. What I am suggesting is that we should convene sectorial panels for lithium, for example, to overcome the problem of how to evacuate what's being produced in Vaca Muerta, the pipes, sectorial discussions for some specific issues, and learning from our past history, we should really, these panel discussions should be done at national, provincial, union level, private sector level, and also the opposition itself, with a view to what? What's being discussed, what's being resolved, be in the long term, a long-term policy. That's what I was discussing before. So, Randy, my proposal is to replicate what was done in Vaca Muerta, because the result of what we did was great. It could be major, but initially it was very good. It was fast. And I would add a 5th pillar to these consensus meetings is to really have agreed policies. So to pipe the whole country, 1, dialogue, and to replicate what has already been achieved, and to think in the long term. We have 4 minutes to go, and please, each one of us, could you share a last comment to have a clear message to our participants? Who would like to start? Juan Martín. Okay, let us make some final comments. So when talking about transition, the solution is not going to be a one-size-fits-all, not one for everything. Technologies that will be used in the future are not clear. We will have many, right? So Argentina is very well positioned to create value in this sector. We have many and diversified resources, and we can participate in the very many roads to the solution. So we have the resources. We have human resources. We have great human resources in Argentina to be able to implement this initiative. So really, and a lot of willingness. And Guillermo, my comment is more inclined to the mining sector. Argentina has this major potential. Resources as there. We have an extensive mountain range that is shared with Chile, but the mining development is not similar to that of Chile. We have a tremendous opportunity. We have a major window of opportunity with lithium in the following decade, and there is a major opportunity to develop copper and other minerals in Argentina in a responsible way with all the necessary controls, but it is a genuine way to create employment and income for the country. Thank you. And Matthias, well, personally, as Martin was saying, we can choose. I mean, the development of Vaca Muerta has been fantastic. All the companies that are here in this panel, we have long-term investments in Argentina. We need to be, and we want to be, strategic partners in Argentina. And with Argentinians, we are engineers. We like to solve problems, and we are at your full disposal to discuss with the decision makers and to build regulatory frameworks that can accelerate these processes to work together so that this reality, tangible reality, become a true reality at different dimensions. Thank you. Last words, Martin. Thank you, Randy. I would like to repeat what I've said, and I'd like to quote the ambassadors. Discussion, creating panels, developing long-term policies, discussions are major. The problem we are facing at macro level has to do with the energy side. Argentina will export $80 billion without considering the energy sector. Argentine exports are $74 billion, but the trade balance in the energy sector will be $6 billion negative. So it's balanced, and that is the basic explanation of the problem we are seeing, difficulty in accessing to dollars. So as I said before, we have one of the major energy reserves. We need to turn this balance over quickly and think about all the opportunities that we might have if we turn the energy balance over. I'm convinced that the future will be good and that Argentina will change its exports profile 180 degrees. And also, we've mentioned the job creation for all Argentinians to be born. This is great for everybody. So time is over. Martin, Guillermo, Matias, Juan Martin, thank you. And to our audience, thanks for paying attention. We've learned so much, and good luck.
Agradecemos la presencia a todo el panel de energía.
We'd like to thank this panel on energy. Would like to thank you for your presentations, and also we'd like to thank Ragnhild Melsi for moderating the panel. Now we will move to the panel of Argentine provinces and productive development. We'd like to ask you to remain seated, since the conference will continue in a few minutes with this panel. You can follow the debate and news on #CouncilArg and through @CatInforman at ASCOA.
Bueno, invitamos al señor Mario Green.
We'd like to invite Mr. Mario Greenman to introduce the next panel called Argentine Provinces and Productive Development. Please remain seated so that we can continue with the conversation.
Cuando ustedes se sienten más cómodos, quieran acá, quieran subir ahí, ustedes que es distinto.
Así nos sentimos acompañados. Puede ser. Claro.
Morales, Suárez.
Los invitamos a nuevamente ubicarse.
please return to your seats so that we can continue with the panel, Argentine provinces and productive development. Thank you.
Les recordamos además que quienes permanecen en el recinto,
For those remaining in the hall, please have your cell phones in silent mode. Thank you.
Bien, estamos listos
Ahora
para
sí.
comenzar.
I think we have a tight schedule, so let's move ahead. It's a pleasure for me as a man of the interior. I am from Entre Rios and I continue to live in the city of Concordia. It's my pleasure as a federal man to introduce 3 governors to you with a very federal spirit. The first one is Gerardo Morales. Gerardo, you have the floor from the table or the podium. I think I'll remain seated. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. Dear Ambassador and authorities and representatives, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of sharing our message with you. I'm not sure how much time we have. 35 divided into 3, so about 10 minutes each. First, I'd like to talk about certain national issues, general issues, before talking about my province and my region. I think the productive action of the province has not only to do with the decisions of the governors, but also the decisions made by a national administration. As we all know, the first things that need to be solved, and I think the Minister of Finance or the Super Minister of Finance will be here with us later on, we need to solve the macroeconomic issues. We need to stabilize accounts, solve the inflation issue, and the need to establish rules and regulations from the central bank that, in my opinion, should be independent and autonomous ones. So it will be good to discuss cross-cutting issues which really take us to a new legal framework for the central bank to stop working as an office depending on the Ministry of Finance. These are contingency measures which, in my opinion, needs a government led by centralized authority. We are only putting the focus on AMBA, on the General Buenos Aires area. We're here, 4 of us are here representing other regions such as the Cuyo, the northern area, the Patagonia, the south part of the country, who won't be able to be as competitive as Pilar, where 22% of SMEs exporting of the country are located there, where 7% are only located in the northwest of Argentina, including Tucumán, which is one of the strongest in this regard. So, in my opinion, I think we need to take measures because economies solve the macro framework, which I understand is priority, but they stop having this structural vision of the economy. I believe that we would need a master plan for strategies within different regions, and it would have to start operating now. Chile contributed in $63 billion in minerals. We did in $3 billion. We export less minerals than in the economy of knowledge, where we export $7 billion. We have the same mountain range, and critical minerals that the world is demanding and will continue to demand, such as food, energy, economy of knowledge, and biotechnologies, amongst others. But these are the three main action lines in which Argentina has great potential. I don't want to talk about the agricultural sector because it's very dynamic. It has an autonomous scientific and technological development. And why do we always have to be paying attention to them? And when we have a scarcity of dollars, they are the ones to blame. The scarcity of dollars is a consequence of the decision made by this government. Energetic deficit was at $4 billion in 2019, and I think it will be closing at the end of the year at 12 billion US dollars. I think the national administration has started to take some measures agreed upon with the IMF. I think the Secretary of Energy is here, but I think these are the first concrete measures in line with what we have to do to put the accounts back in order. This was just announced yesterday, so we'll see how this moves forward. And I think the government needs to stop talking and start taking measures. But going back to our topic, we need to have a mining development master plan. We have copper, lithium, we have zinc. Jujuy is the only province exporting zinc, producing and exporting zinc. We don't have nickel and cobalt. We have certain cobalt areas in Jujuy, but if we find cobalt for production scale, we will become an independent province, but we'll talk about that later. We have the minerals that the world demands today and will demand in the future with the energetic transition and the change that the world is fostering. So the lithium price at $9,000 is at $40,000, and invoices at $65,000 and sent to $71,000 the ton. So we have great potential there. And from my perspective, we need to take measures that go beyond the ones taken back in the 90s, where we talk about the fiscal structure. We need to go to the second phase of it that has to do with measures in terms of tariffs for exports and imports and exports, customs tariffs for those investment in copper, lithium for 20 and 30 years need stability. They don't need change in regulations on a permanent basis. And this is one other measure that we need to apply in a cross-cutting manner so that the second phase of this fiscal process remains stable. And we will receive an investment flow that we wouldn't even be dreaming of. One other master plan that we need to make operational is the energetic master plan. We need to build the 300 million gas pipeline that can connect us to the north and the $1 billion gas pipeline so that we go all the way to the border with Brazil so that we can stop importing gas from Bolivia. We are purchasing it at 10 cubic meters at $8 a million of BTU and 4 million of cubic meters from Bolivia is being paid at $18. So why do we have to pay more in the north than in the center and the south of the country? We are producing at $3 in Vaca Muerta. So this is the structural issue that we need to solve. We need to solve this $12 billion account in 2 years. And let me say that Bolivia will sell gas until December 2024. We need to have this $300 million pipeline that will connect our country between Vaca Muerta and the north. And the investment process will accelerate itself because oil companies that are investing don't know what to do with gas. And we could be in good condition to start selling through the pipeline with Brazil 20 cubic meters, and we could reach to 40 cubic meters. And we need to create this liquefaction plant, even at a cost of $10 billion, so that from now to 4 years, we will stop importing gas at 65 million BTU. I was always a member of the Finance Commission, and we never paid less than 15 for the million BTU for gas transported in by marine vessels. So we need to start to launch these strategic plans. We need to solve the macroeconomic front and today's juncture. But in 5 years, we don't want to realize that we hadn't done anything. We need this liquefaction plant so that we're not selling gas in this window for fossil fuels and gas that will have a more extensive type of window in an ever-evolving world. So I think we need to have an energy master plan. I don't want to talk about green hydrogen. That's a separate chapter. We will be Saudi Arabia of green hydrogen, because only in the Tibet, in Patagonia, in Atacama, and the north of Argentina, these are the 3 places of the world where green hydrogen can compete with blue and green and pink hydrogen. And this is what's coming next. And then the economy of knowledge. We need to let other companies such as Mercado Libre that are creating economy of knowledge, mining master plan, a master plan of productive investment. In the Great North, we have a plan of $30 billion for the next 10 years so that we can be up to the standard of production such as there is in Pilar. If we don't solve these structural issues, we'll continue to be this deficit Argentina, living from inflation to inflation. The most successful administration at this rate will be able to reduce inflation at 1 or 1.5% monthly. We are always moving from a pendulum of inflation, except for the convertibility stage. Under these terms, and scientific and technological development and education in plans need to support the transformational changes. This is what I see in Jujuy. 80% of workers in lithium are from Jujuy, and we need to bring other employees from Buenos Aires and other parts of the city. We don't have welding employees. We see the French model. We need to rediscuss high school model. The traditional high school model is no longer of use. In France, 4th and 5th year of high school, they need to go to trades. 4th and 5th year of high school, they need to go out and start working. I'm not talking about higher education or university education, where we also need to rediscuss policies. I spoke with Mercado Libre, and they were talking about engineering syllabuses. These are old. These are no good. They need 8,000 employees every year. They have 50,000 and 12,000 only here in Argentina. From the government, they're always being bartered. They're not let to work freely. And we need to continue supporting SMEs. We need to change labor conditions for SMEs and lessen the tax burden on them. SMEs and CAME, other organizations, they all have good projects. But if we don't have these structural measures, it will be very little what we can do beyond what we're doing now. To finish, and I think I might have taken a few more minutes. No more time? Okay. So now it's 5 minutes for you and 6 minutes for you. You come from the north, right? So let me finish on behalf of Jujuy. Within this context, there's no province without projects. We all have good projects, and we are quite outside of the capital city logistics. We have a different agenda. We have a hope agenda. We have a project agenda. What we're doing with lithium, from the end of the year, we'll start producing 82 million tons, and we'll start competing with Gustavo and Raúl, with Catamarca. when we talk about the development of local providers. We have 4,000 employees at 4,000 meters working with renewable energies. We're waiting for the extension of Cauchari, but we're developing other projects with private sector of distributed energy. We created a project of a thermosolar plant with IMBAP that will be very useful for the mining sector. It's cheaper than building gas pipelines or medium or high voltage pipelines for the mining industry. We're also developing tourism, 11 months of high season with 75% of occupancy, because I made Jujuy a peaceful province again. I ordered the province and I put an end with corruption in the province, which was the key challenge that we had to launch to order the province, amongst other things. And we're also working with medicine cannabis. And I can tell you privately later on of the profit that the province will receive. And next year, we'll start working on making the private sector a participant of it. We were also surprised not just by the scientific development. We're already producing cannabis oil in drugstores, and we will start selling that nationally and be able to distribute it to national labs, pharmaceutical active ingredients, amongst other possibilities. The limit is the sky. So if we want to place the country in one position that will only focus on contingent macroeconomic framework, that will be wrong. We need to make other measures that aim at a federal spirit. Okay, now there's only 5 minutes for you. Apologies. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Governor Morales. Cannabis, please, we need the info. Rodolfo Suarez, Governor of the province of Mendoza. Hello. Thank you very much for the invite to participate at this great meeting. It is an honor and something I'm proud of, being here at such a distinguished audience and to share my vision of the province, the country, at this highly prestigious audience. Argentine provinces historically were occupied by health, education, then they took care of infrastructure. But the country we live in today compelled city mayors and governors, in spite of what the economic development is to contribute with the economic development at provincial level for Argentina as a whole. As Gerardo very well said, economic tools that a province has in order to successfully implement provincial economic policies depend on the nation. We have resources, we have some economic incentives, etc., but the macroeconomic context compels us. I mean, foreign policy is in hands of the national government, monetary policy in charge of the national government, and this affects us, and also the political swings, because it affects a country that undergoes economic and social crisis, educational crisis, and if we compound this with the political crisis that Argentina is undergoing, this aggravates all the problems we suffer. So we are governing in times of turmoil. I mean, not only during the pandemic, but during this economic uncertainty, and among all uncertainties, we have truths. 4 out of 10 Argentinians live under the poverty line, and this compels us all, not just we public officials, but it compels the civil society, and we need to work to resolve this. In the province of Mendoza, we like to talk
in the Mendoza mode, a Mendoza mode that has to do with the way in which public and provincial policies are implemented historically, and the team understands how the state operates, how policy works, and how the social structure works. As a couple of examples, in Mendoza, we don't talk about social plans. We talk about programs that are tied with the training of our citizens to allow and have access to employment. And also we pay minimum wages to everybody that hires a new employee. We pay for the salary a year. And then if that employee is trained, we, of course, expand this contribution. And based on the merit, these people may obtain a dignified job. And this should set an example for their children, because if children don't see their parents working, no matter how many investments come along, I mean, who will work? We won't have people working, and this has to do with the culture of work and the culture of education. Of course, we need data. We need young people trained to become part of the job market. Mendoza Activa is a plan. Mendoza Activates, we could translate it, and we have 64 sectors in which the tax burden and, of course, the taxes are kind of simplified, and, for example, gross income is lowered, and in investments that are made, they are turned into to assets, and of course active wallets. We have 155 billion pesos invested in the province, creating many jobs and entrepreneurship in Mendoza. When we talk about Mendoza, Modo Mendoza, we have a policy that has to do with the fact that when we need really to make difficult decisions, first, we politicians, we need to kind of decrease the size of the provincial state and have a legislature with 50% of officials and, of course, consultants. And, of course, midterm elections are not necessary. It's more destructive measures, less work is being done. So we believe that fiscal balance needs to have constitutional tenure so that nobody may spend more than what they have. But you tell me, you might discuss, no, this is just pennies, it's not money. I remember my father used to tell me, please take care of your cents because the pesos take care of themselves. And it's being empathetic with the people, those who are having a hard time, and these political adjustments that are so difficult for many. So we have passed of course, the single ballot law because the governor cannot be reelected. Social coexistence, and this is one of the great values I started as the mayor of the city, and I said that those who are political, who maybe carry out street manifestations, etc. I mean, nobody can do manifestations at the streets. Nobody believed in us. But then the unions and the political parties had to pay really the different taxes. If you want to have a political manifestation, please, you do it on the sidewalks, but not on the streets. And now we are undergoing a wage negotiation, and of course, there was somebody who was totally deranged, but he ended up in a prison. So social coexistence, social toleration is so important. But regarding economic development, and this is the topic of the day, the Mendoza province has a diversified economy. The previous speakers spoke about the ski centers, tourism and wine and the snow and the culture of knowledge. Many people want to go to live and work from Mendoza, but really Mendoza needs a change. The productive matrix of Mendoza must be enlarged in order to grow. And at these type of meetings, I like to talk about this because this shall make us think. And I remember something that happened in Mendoza when I campaigned as governor. There was no debate, there was no political meeting whatsoever in which I did not mention that we had to have mining activities in Mendoza. And of course, Mendoza has a mining law, as Gerardo mentioned, but I didn't say it myself, but the opposition party said, which is Frente de Todos in Mendoza, mentioned this as well. So when we have this type of agreement, there's a possibility to move on and on. 8 days after I took over, I submitted a bill to the legislature because Mendoza is very rich in silver, gold, and copper, tremendously, tremendously rich. As Chile, on the other side of the mountains, they are much advantageous. It was a tremendous failure because people started protesting. They didn't want the mining bill to be passed. So first question, what do people vote in their political campaigns? Because apparently they didn't hear what we were telling them and promising them, because we said that it was one of our projects. And also the social media and fear, how very, very few that don't have any possibility to do anything. They can veto our action capability. Very few voices may prevent many, many people from overcoming their poor situation. That is a tremendous challenge. Argentina is so rich. We are so rich. We are rich in human resources. We have all the geographies represented and climates, but we are not a rich country. We have a lot of poor people. We are not rich, so we need to work for that. As Gerardo said, and Gustavo, we agree, it's a tremendous opportunity, allowing for the entry of dollars with all the guarantees that investors must have. We are moving forward. There are three minerals that are basic: lithium, copper for clean energies, to overcome the major problem of global warming. It's done like that. And also potassium. Mendoza has the second largest potassium reserve in the world, and a world in which population lives longer, more middle classes. It's not our case, but worldwide the middle class is growing, and this requires more food, and potassium is an unprecedented opportunity. We went to Canada with Gerardo and Gustavo. There's a very interesting need. We are looking for a partner because the Brazilian company transferred it to the province materially and also intangible assets. I mean, there's no obstacle whatsoever at present. Everything is there. We need a partner, and investment is for production. There's no vested interest. I mean, Mendoza doesn't have any hidden interest, so we need a shareholder and a partner that may be chosen among companies that are expressing their interest, and we have more than 10 prospective partners. There's a great possibility to grow, allowing the mining activity to improve the situation of our citizens. And it goes without saying, the Mendoza Vaca Muerta, we have YPF commitment to develop 2 horizontal wells, and a major opportunity may appear for us in Mendoza with this fantastic development of the Vaca Muerta sector that at present is not being developed as we speak. This Mendoza Vaca Muerta coincides with the potassium reserves. They're totally compatible. So what we will do at provincial level is to provide all the infrastructure. Gas is very close in Neuquén, electricity, roads, and I think it will be a fantastic contribution and an economic opportunity for Argentina. We are working in this regard, but also for this to happen, we need a change of real mindset. We need to implement public policies. We need to generate trust and hope in the people. And we are a generation. We don't have many years to live, but we need to show future generations that we are the ones that really help the country, and we need to help these people, the 40% of people who live under the poverty line. Thank you, Governor.
It's now turn of Governor of Salta, Mr. Gustavo Sáenz. Good morning. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Mario, for the invitation. Thank you for listening and for this important hall full of people that came here to listen to what each of our provinces can offer to you and those who are watching from afar. We've had the chance, together with other six governors of mining provinces, to be part of this summit, this mining summit in Toronto, Canada, where investors from around the world make part of it. And it was historical because 6 provinces with 6 governors were able to show the world the geological potential of our provinces and the possibility of them to invest in each of them. In Salta, we've taken as a state policy, since we took office, mining as the main focus, without leaving aside other productive engines such as agriculture, livestock, tourism, because there is a mistake made quite usually that when we focus on one main topic, we forget about the other sectors. But it's important to support these sectors that make the economies of each provinces worthwhile. Now we can say today that together with Gerardo and Raúl, Jalil from Catamarca, we've created the lithium table. We've entered into a regional agreement amongst the 3 provinces that was communicated and sent to National Congress to ratify what the Constitution clearly sets forth. Natural resources belong to the provinces, because maybe someone can think that the Great North is forgotten. Now they're looking at it more wholeheartedly due to the natural resources. And I talk about this deep and forgotten North because we've talked about this since the meeting of the Northwest and Northeast governance, coming from different political parties that agree on the fact that there are certain values that are common to all, and that has to do with correcting inequalities, not by one or the other national administration, but really from the birth of our land, that lack of a federal perspective. This needs to be translated into actions. And today, we see or we face with its own resources, with what it's have. So some people might say or might propose that these resources need to be nationalized. But today we have a historical opportunity, particularly in the north. I think that Salta is a land of opportunities, and this is because of two main reasons. It has to do with its geological potential and geographical potential as well. It's worth mentioning that almost 50% of the province of Salta and its territory has the possibility of offering minerals to the world. And we talk about lithium, copper, we talk about gold, silver. In fact, we know, and we've talked about this very candidly in Toronto, Canada, that investors, and when talking about mining, we know that these are the people that dare invest long term, which might be of 20, 30 years of exploration phases. This is what happened with Lindero, a gold mine, an open pit that after 25 years managed to have its first gold production and export. But in order to reach that feasibility stage, there's a lot of work to do. So we know it's a long-term investment that will not only guarantee a success story, but we do want to offer, and not just in theory, but with a good level of certainty that we have a legal framework, we have timely proceedings, and we can provide clear rules and feasibility. So it doesn't seem like this features Argentina, so it's complicated to talk with investors about this when we see that our economy changes every day and inflation continues to grow. But we managed to create through very serious work, and this is not just said by me, but by the Fraser Institute, known by you, the Canadian Institute, that ranked Salta as a first in the podium for legal framework and guarantees. And this is related to what Adolfo just mentioned. This is very complex. If we don't have this social license, the understanding that this is really aimed at growing. And in order to do that, we need to do a lot of work. We need to sit with native communities. We need to tell them what's happening with each of the projects at each of the stages, exploration, exploitation. We need to talk with them. We need to inform them with social responsibility what will take place in their areas. We talk with the national, provincial, municipal governments and the communities, because this really enables us to have more than 20 lithium projects at different stages and more than 63 metal projects around the province. And I'm sure we can say that we have enough territory to increase exploration in different areas of the province. I also said that the geographical location is a great potential for the province of Salta, since it's borders with 6 provinces and 3 countries, Paraguay, Chile, and Bolivia. And we have this old dream of a bioceanic corridor that we continue to work on, that places Salta in the center of South America, at its heart. And this dream of going through Brazil to Paraguay, through the north of Argentina and the north of Chile, and see the Pacific West will become a reality. When a province intends to grow from a productive perspective, it also needs to offer clear and fair rules. We heard yesterday the Secretary for Energy of Argentina, saying that they're looking for fair fees and tariffs. And what we're looking, most of us, the governors, are looking for justice. It's really very hard to understand that regional economies have to pay more money to take it to our port than taking it from our port to Amsterdam. This has to do with freight, with transportation costs, with the fact that we are far from the port and we have to pay fees that are not competitive. And we also have other issues such as, a humble family in Salta pays 3 times their utilities compared to a family in Buenos Aires. I believe that once and for all, we need to offer fees and tariffs that are fair, just. The North can offer Argentina a great number of opportunities, but the North also needs a federal outlook that can give us the possibility of growing in a symmetrical way with the rest of the country. We are working jointly with other sectors, and we've proven that there's no magical ideas or magical receipts. We can all sit at the table, at the Great North table, at the lithium table. Each of the provinces defends its own people's needs and not the interests of political parties. And this is really where the key difference lies. Sometimes we don't stop and think that those people from Salta, from Catamarca, from Jujuy, from Formosa, regardless of the political party that they represent their people and the interests of their people. And the fight between political parties on the one or the other side, the historical fundamentals of the opposition, really put a halt to the growth of a region because they don't fight for the rights of their people. And this is really where the limitation remains. We have a centralist country that responds to political parties rather than the needs of the people. So I always say that there's needs and matters that might bring us together. These are non-negotiable, and these have to do with inequalities and fair measures and decisions. From Salta, this is what we're looking at: legal security, sustainability. The environment for us is key, and that's why our motto is to produce conservatively and to conserve productively, because we need to continue to grow in the mining sector, but we have to do this respecting the sustainability of our environment. And this is where we work jointly from the national, provincial, and municipal governments. But from our province, we cannot guarantee investors what type of ups and downs of the national economy will be and what will the rules of the game will be. So we need to work jointly and once and for all start taking measures that are concrete, that are clear for each of the sectors I've just mentioned, for each of the sectors, because at the end of the day, they are the engine for our country to be operational. For us in the North, we have to grow, to look at our own people. We want them to remain where they live. We want them trained, educated, and we need to create policies together with the national administration. We don't want people from Salta, Tucumán, and Jujuy extending their hand or asking for a social plan or benefit. We want them working their lands together with their families, studying And in this regard, we're jointly working with different sectors. Once again, let me thank you for this opportunity. Let me say that Salta is an open door province for anyone who would like to invest, not just in the mining sector or tourism sector. We were yesterday presenting, and the only province presenting in the real estate developers corridor from around the world. They were at the Hilton Hotel, and we supported real estate developers of our dear province to show the potential that we have with the urban development being carried out. So synergies are of key importance between the public and private sectors, particularly in the juncture we're going through. We need to work together between the national, the regional, the provincial, the municipal governments, and all of us who have some type of liability in the public office, national, provincial, senators. This is not a time to fight, but rather a time to join these efforts and support those that had the challenge and the strength to undertake responsibilities in a different time. We just come out of a very difficult health times and crisis. We need to leave aside the fights and the personal interests, and we need to be great and humble because our country requires such attitude. We all need to work together to make progress. Thank you, everyone. We'd like to thank the presence of the governors at this panel. We will now welcome the Ministry of Finance, Sergio Massa, who will be in charge of the closing remarks of this Council of the Americas 2022.
Agradecemos la presencia de todos ustedes.
Thank you, everyone, for staying this long, and to the sponsors and collaborating entities.
Thank you.
Los invitamos además a seguir.
Please follow the discussion, #CouncilArc, and of course, CAC Te Informa and Datascoba.
Le damos la bienvenida ahora sí.
Now, the Minister of Economy of Argentina, Sergio Massa, he will give the closing remarks of the Council of the Americas meeting.
Damos ahora paso entonces a las palabras de cierre a cargo de...
Closing remarks by the Minister of Economy of Argentina, Sergio Massa.
Bueno,
Good midday to everybody. First, I would like to thank Susan Seagal. She was very patient, endlessly patient, in order to accommodate the agenda and allow my participation today. Susan, and you know she's a dear friend of Argentina at all times, good times and bad times. And really, I would like to thank you personally for working for the benefit of our country, Natalio, and all the members of CAC, and each and every one of you, that in your different areas of competence, you try to inquire, ask, challenge, discuss, in order to try and trace development and growth objectives to make investment decisions, and in one way or the other to have a critical vision. Argentina is a fantastic country. It's a country with major resources.
es un país que no es
And it is a country, as we generally say, rich. It is a country with rich reserves, and turning that richness into growth, development, in one way or the other, will depend on the work that the private and the public sector will do. Thanks to each and every one of you that throughout the year in your different activities critically pose the different scenarios and trace the type of country that you envisage that will allow to improve investment decisions in Argentina to create more jobs and development. 10 days after having taken over the ministry, and it seems an eternity, I would like to put in context or a decision that is not based neither on magician skills that we may have. Neither am I a superman, neither I have a superposition, but it's a decision based on defining a country's strategy based on the international scenario, unifying the economic department, construing or understanding that mining, energy, and the economy of knowledge and the agro-industrial sectors, in one way or the other, are important vectors for the development of Argentina. This decision, and analyzing the international framework, the decision was to unify the different ministries. I'd like to make this clarification because during these days, social media portray the idea of a super ministry, but it is the decision of the president and the government coalition, the decision to unify the departments in an individual context that we cannot overlook in the decision-making process. The world almost left the pandemic behind, but a war came along, a war that has consequences or unpredictable consequences for Argentina and the world. And when we analyze what is going on currently in different areas in the world, we find scenarios, unthinkable scenarios. Berlin announcing as an energy source the burning of wood or coal, going back 15 years ago regarding energy transition terms. Also witnessing the comments that the UK does regarding maybe putting off the light of some shops and public buildings and presenting an energy savings program that has to do with the fact that the pandemic initiated changes in the global trade scenario, but also a change in relative prices. And this is having an impact in the global economy. When we consider geopolitical agenda at international levels, we see that food sovereignty, that energy sovereignty, energy supply, that the economy of knowledge, and that the distribution of proteins at global and blocks. And clearly, when we look that the world in 15 years to come, if we have the decision, if there is a state policy implemented, if we construe that we may play a role in the global context, Argentina will be at the core. While we were discussing regarding imports, which is going to be the final cost of the war for Argentina during August, I was looking at LNG spot prices, and Argentina was given an opportunity regarding currency savings for the month of August, and I will tell you the numbers. But we are the second global reserve of shale gas, fourth of shale oil, and decisions that are of structural nature. Nestor Kirchner, the pipeline, the oil, gas pipeline in 2 stages, or the oil pipeline that doubles production, as we have just signed the agreement and added value in the hydrocarbon sector. It has to do with the country strategy. I would like to describe the 4 competitive pillars on which we will base a growth and development process in terms of overcoming foreign restrictions that Argentina is facing. The energy sector is one. Of course, if we have the capacity to turn these resources into products that may be sold to the world, clearly the agro-industrial sector, in a world that discusses value distribution and the production of proteins at worldwide, together with the USA and Brazil, we produce 80% of worldwide proteins. We are playing a central role. Clearly, the discussion of the value of rare minerals, as was discussed today, in the upcoming 15 years until the recycling curve begins, has a strategic value for Argentina. And lithium, together with Bolivia and Chile, we are the first players globally. And clearly, the economy of knowledge, which requires for the upcoming 5 years 350,000 IT programmers in the region, competing with Colombia, human resources-wise, and it places Argentina in a place that may allow us to protect ourselves in order to overcome indebtedness cycles and cycles of real bottlenecks that Argentina is systematically experiencing. Our foreign trade and consolidation system of reserves is constantly suffering. So in this context, we have a two-faced reality, right? Or a double-sided reality. On the one side, we have figures in the economy and provincial and regional realities that show an economy that is growing more than 5%. We could say formal employment rates that are recovering its historical levels and unprecedented levels. Shortly, we will have an unemployment rate being publicly reported, 6.7%, and consumption levels in some areas in the country and production levels and an increment in installed capacity reaching levels that 2 years ago, in the middle of the pandemic, were totally unthinkable. I mean, we could never foresee this. And this, as a society and as a country, makes us very happy, because this implies that regarding the social and economic fabric of Argentina, there's a great possibility of recovery, production, and recovery that will be accompanied by something in what Argentinians need and don't have. When we look at income levels, when we look at poverty levels, when we look at the decline of income in Argentina in the last 6 years, more than 23 points, obviously we need to put in our agenda that we need to improve income distribution, and clearly we need to implement stronger, firm policies in order to overcome, of course, poverty, and without overlooking and losing sight of the two major engines to overcome poverty is education and work. And of course, these are measures that the government will take in order to create full coverage, because work and education will be the two great engines that will destroy poverty in Argentina and in the world. But also understanding that our responsibility as government, as state officials, is to guarantee social peace and macroeconomic order. Without macroeconomic stability, there's no social peace, right? But without social peace, there is no macroeconomic stability either, because tensions and the stresses that the society endures are to be portrayed in, or need to be included in, the decisions that the private and the public sector make. So it is key, it is of the essence that we need to understand that building this economic stability with social peace is a joint effort between governors, officials, the state, but also private stakeholders in Argentina. 10 days before, when we took over the administration or the ministry, we have four main precepts that will prevail from now until the end of 2023 if we accomplish our role. Fiscal order. We believe it is extremely important to plan expenditures and to comply with the fiscal goals in order to guarantee normal functioning of the society. Obviously, social surplus, because besides the costs that the war may have implied, that eventually implies that we need to have a balance that will show results that will strengthen by the accrual of reserves, because commercial surplus that Argentina needs to grow in order to achieve its objectives, and this growth will be tied with the incorporation of all the sectors of society together with consumption and production. Regarding fiscal order, during these 10 days we took different measures, but I'd like to maybe describe a couple of them, telling you that this road is something that we are already traversing. Fiscally speaking, we gave the first signal when we decided to discontinue temporary advancements as financial mechanism of the state, and also start going through the path of evolution of this temporary advancement to the Central Bank of Argentina, because ultimately we believe that best than issuing is the state to operate in an orderly way to fulfill its budgetary goals, and ultimately, if it needs financing, be by generating attractive instruments for the real and financial economy of Argentina. We limited budgetary loans in each one of the jurisdictions tied to the fulfillment of a presidential decree establishing goals after the budget proposal was declined, the 2.5 goal, the public investment goal, the definition of which are the different expenditure items. It cannot exceed jurisdiction-wise the commitment that the government assumed when establishing this decree stating the goals and the budgetary objectives. So essentially, because these goals speak to the commitment that officials did assume, but also the international agreements that Argentina has really taken over lately. We have also established the fact that we will not hire new employees in the public sector, and by administrative decree, also each one of the state-owned enterprises will not hire any new employees, because the challenge of asking us to make a joint private and public sector effort, it needs to be leveraged that first the public sector must really set the example. And this is tied with some limitations for superfluous expenditures, trips, maybe manque à gagner. And this doesn't really have a very important economic value, but it has a very important symbolic value, telling the society that order is agreed by everybody. Likewise, as you have already seen, there was a major uncertainty regarding the fulfillment by the Argentine state with regard of its peso obligations. We talked about default or reprofiling, but thanks to tremendous support from the different institutional investors, we were able to implement a debt swap in order to flatten the curve, the maturity curve, to make it more affordable, from 2.4 billion pesos that in some way provide more predictability regarding the interest payment obligations, a capital payment to the national government, extending the curve one more year, allowing us to put order to payment obligations for the upcoming months. And also in parallel, as was said yesterday, and I think that the Energy Secretary, who is here today, said, we moved forward in a process that changes the subsidy distribution system. A couple of months ago, in a similar meeting as this one, it was not that notorious, but we had a hood-robbing system regarding subsidy distribution system. For example, to give numbers, electricity-wise, 80% of residential households consume 50% of the energy that's produced, and the remaining 20% of households consume the rest of the energy, and therefore it was totally unfair, because those who used more energy, more subsidies were receiving. And in one way or the other, this really challenged the savings of energy resources that we needed to do in this context of international war and outrageous prices, but also from the income distribution viewpoint. It is necessary to retrieve the initiative that those who have more pay more, and those who have less pay less and receive more assistance. I would like to thank the 4 million Argentinians who did not request the subsidy, because what they did express is the willingness of accompanying this effort of the government in order to implement resource savings initiative that, if we take care of light, electricity, and water, and it's a savings for the citizen and for the government, and ultimately those who don't take care of these resources from the very moment in which the state reaches the subsidies ceiling, become responsible for a higher consumption. Regarding accrual of reserves and fiscal surplus point of view, which for us is a core topic or issue, during these 10 days, interesting events have taken place for the development of sectors that are sensitive regarding currency generation point of view. First, the decree promoting the export, uninterrupted exports, because we don't want to talk about non-interruption because it's practically unpronounceable. But we moved forward in the Phoenix plan, 1.7 billion investment in the Austral Basin. Also, we will have also a panel that we will start developing the second tranche of the gas pipeline. Also, we moved forward in the design of the Gas 5 plan, because it will enable us to guarantee production volumes which are needed for the short term, providing certainty to a sector which generates income from investment. And we gave the opportunity that given the incremental of production and exports, they will have full availability of currency, 20% availability, which was one of the restrictions that was posed when analyzing the possibility of investments towards Argentina. And then also one journalist who wrote an article, how much will the energy ballot be in August? But of course, the import of energy in August was more than 800 million. It was 1.2 billion initially. Thank you, Flavia. The Dr. Daniel Scioli, Brazilian ambassador and Jerez, and the former Energy Secretary Martinez, because by redefining the imports program, which besides brought as a consequence that the ships we refuse, the investment we rejected, we were able to reduce 1.1 billion of the imports of energy for August, overcoming or exceeding, overcoming that restriction that given the war consequences, this implied energy imports for Argentina, and it works some kind of a ceiling for full availability of currencies devoted to production, which is also something I would like to describe.
In this regard, now why do we use reserves to pay for these energy imports? Because it was a simple choice. We either stop production or diminished gas consumption in households, or we faced the decision of sustaining production levels and growth levels without cutting supply for industrial and household sectors, guaranteeing in this way that we could continue with the growth and development processes and undertaking the responsibility of the state to face such situation to protect economic activity and our households. At the same time, when we talk about reserves and foreign currency, I'd like to leave some clarity with you. In terms of imports, there are sectors within the economy that need predictability to continue its line of production. And we also have sectors within the economy that, based on the competitiveness principle, based by the government in the outcome of the pandemic made abusive decisions. But it's important to defend dollars for production, for health elements, and the provision of products within our consumption chains. But at the same time, we need to show who used that competitiveness in terms of exchange rate proposed by the government to enrich their own purposes. I'd like to leave you with 3 examples because they are becoming public. One of them is a service provider in Vaca Muerta who had agreements, contracts, employment. And despite this, using the triangle mechanism through a company registered in Florida, invoiced imports to have access to dollars abroad. We made the decision to present a complaint for money laundering in the U.S., and we will continue to do this for any organization that intends to steal dollars from the central bank. And at the same time, we will provide dollars to all of them who take care of health, produce services, technologies to guarantee the productive and economic growth of Argentina. We will also offer them a strengthening process that wanted to continue to steal reserves from the central bank. And let me share with you another example. A provisional measure by a judge suggesting urgency on a case of $20 million in towels. What kind of emergency should really take place for a judge to make this provisional decision to guarantee $20 million in towels or in slot machines? Do we need slot machines or machines that can increase installed capacities of our corporations to continue growing and developing ourselves? These are all situations with over invoices of imports, triangular situations that we will present before the Justice of the United States as money laundering cases. When we see decisions as this example of the towels, this businessman carries this out because they feel that they have the support of the Argentine justice system. And maybe it's more hurtful for them to lose their visa to go on vacation to Miami. Let me also leave you with a calm message. We've changed the mechanism of CIMIs. CIMI, when it was first approved, will have a certain date of payment, and it will have traceability. Customs, Central Bank, Industry Secretariat, Trade Secretariat. But we will also carry this out through dialogue with sectors so that we give priority to machines, medicine, goods and services that really have to do with our growth and our consumption, and not with situations such as the towel one. I'm not sure how many towels we can buy with $20 million, but many people in Argentina produce and manufacture and have more than enough capacity to manufacture towels, and this money was probably more important for the health industry, for the automotive industry, for the pulp and paper industry, instead of purchasing this from Brazil or Mexico. We are at the same time in this strengthening road for reserves. Christian tomorrow will sign an agreement of $750 million with CAF. And I haven't seen you, President. I'm sorry. I'd like to thank him as well, because this disbursement mechanism really allows for investments in pesos by different jurisdictions, and the availability of these funds strengthen our reserves We've straightened with the IDB and the IMF the dialogue and agreement mechanisms. Tomorrow as well, we will move forward in a financing agreement under a program carried out by the province of Córdoba and the province of Santa Fe, together with Kuwait. I think I'm taking more time than I should have. My apologies. And we are as well, as you very well know, negotiating 3 repo mechanism for strengthening with an Asian bank, a European bank, an American bank. The 3 of them offered their proposal. We are asking them to unify to their proposals because we understand that we need to recover the value of our sovereign debt in Argentina. In the past few hours, as you very well know as well, it became public. We reestablished dialogue with the agro-industrial sector. I wouldn't like to get ahead of myself, but yesterday and today, the cereal companies started to subscribe operations through Noto and have pre-financing for exports. And we are looking for a technical work agreement with those technical experts of the working table so that we can reach a faster mechanism that will allow us to take advantage of the process as a nation in the income generation of the sector, which is fabulous. And we would also like to thank as well for the law of nanotechnology. It was passed unanimously by the Senate, which will also direction with the one we did with the agro-industrial and hydrocarbon sectors, where we know that there's a growth path for imports. We also understand that the idea of inclusive growth, it is key to sustain and increase our levels of production because Argentina has 3 main turbines. What we understand as domestic market and consumption, investment, and exports. These are 3 engines. In a sense, there's a set of measures that help strengthen this engine of internal consumption market. On Monday, we will launch a regime that promotes from free availability of dollars and tax benefits, the possibility of increasing private investment in the construction sector. Not too long ago, the Senate passed a law promoting this regime. On Monday, we will communicate its regulation together with the Argentine Chamber of Construction, the Argentine Chamber of Developers, and the WOCRA union, so that the level of public investment that we have will sustain employment and production in an activity that is an umbrella activity for other sectors, with 420,000 jobs that will also create mechanisms of incentives for the private savings, both for individuals and companies, enjoy the tax benefit and the free availability of dollars to increase private investment in the sector of construction. Next week as well, and the mining sector, one of the key players in terms of exports for Argentina. We will also suggest that we want to move forward in the mining sector with added value. We don't want just to be mere exporters of commodities. We want to export Argentine work, and the promotional regime of prices and rewards, such as is suggested in the hydrocarbon sector, will depend on the levels of evolution in this added value that we will see in the mining sector. I think I lost someone over there. In the next few days, we will have an official launch of a decision already made that has been coordinated with banks, and these are 2 lines of credit. When we see the sectors as a whole, we see that we have a 923, and then we get lost. One that is mainly for increase of installed capacity and goods and capital to the end of the year. The other one related to the first SME export for 130 million pesos. Next week, when we made the announcement, Vasco will share more details with you, because we need to sustain the levels of exports of our SMEs, number of exporters that was reduced in Argentina in the past few years, and this is important to mention as well. We are as well publishing tomorrow a decree that allows us to start transforming social programs into employment programs. Its main feature is the possibility of a beneficiary of the social program to have access to the employment market. The employer would have contributions waived, and they will only have to pay for medical insurance and the union fees. The state will continue to pay for 1 year the basis of the program, and the employer would have to complete the agreed upon salary. We hope next year we can incorporate more than 200,000 beneficiaries of social programs into the market and the labor force, understanding that the levels of unemployment today will actually face a restriction in growth of certain sectors because they find a ceiling when absorbing labor, construction, agricultural sector in regional economies, tobacco sector, and in other regions we find this difficulty that they are afraid of losing this social plan, and this prevents them from coming into the labor force and receive the benefits of formal employment. A few days ago, we launched a reinforcement system for pensions. We provided an increase by law, and we added reinforcement with financing from the Treasury based on the decision of offering an advancement of income tax. Some of you might have seen this measure as a not very friendly one, but we need to strengthen fiscal resources. And in this regard, we're not really charging a new tax. We're just scheduling them differently because we understood we needed to help millions of pensioners that need that while we solve structural and in-depth issues of inflation for Argentina, we need at the same time to find compensatory mechanisms that will make their lives more decent and easier. We are, in the same token, working with the private sector and trade unions on reinforcement systems in terms of income for formal employees and the vulnerable sectors where the highest peaks of inflation have really affected them, so that they can see actions by the state together with the socio-economic stakeholders and find a solution for them. At the same time, we are trying to have family benefits as an additional reinforcement tool. Finally, I'd like to talk about what Ambassador Stanley mentioned earlier today, and that is key for the stage that follows. In the next few months, there are no elections coming up. We could actually say that all the way until March or April, we're not really going through electoral times, electoral campaigns. So that means that we should make use of this time to find agreements, basic consensus for Argentina's development. First, a decision made by our president of calling upon an economic and social agreement where both corporate people and the state will sit around a table to decide medium and short-term goals with a roadmap that has inflation as a key problem, but development as one of the other great issues to touch upon. This will take place in the next few days, and we hope everyone will sit around that table. In the meantime, and understanding that our Congress is the dialogue environment with the opposition, we understand that it is of vital importance to find agreements on state policies on those topics related to development. And let me ask the journalists that I don't receive WhatsApp messages asking who it was. But I want to share with you an anecdote that describes what's happening today. 11 days ago, when I took office, one of the many leaders of the opposition, very late at night, called me to congratulate me, to offer their services. And the morning after, at 8:20, I received another phone call. So I found it odd. He congratulated me the night before, so I was not sure what was happening. So he called me to say, or to ask me if you will publish who from the opposition called you, whether I know where exactly I need to place myself, if I had to be on one extreme side. But I didn't mention any of the opposition leaders who called me to congratulate. This is really part of our private relationship with each of them. But I think it very well describes behaviors. We should not be afraid, we should not be embarrassed of sitting around a table looking for consensus, even if we belong to different political parties, even if we see those who live out of the divided Argentina pointing fingers at others, because what is at stake is the future and the development of Argentina. And most of you, economic actors, social actors, are under the obligation to demand from us this type of table. But at the same time, you're under the obligation to demand the opposition to have a mature and responsible attitude and not be childish to see who is on the paper, on social media, scared of what the consequences will be. I see some of you journalists there. Please don't write privately to me. I'm not going to say who it was, but whoever it was, he or she knows who it was. So the important thing is to understand that having a dialogue with the other one means sitting together to think together. And we all deserve this. Argentina is much more important than our differences or ambitions. And Argentinians deserve, in a non-electoral time, particularly on those key points that have to do with the economic development of Argentina, we are generous enough to sit around the same table and think together about the Argentine people. Thank you.
Agradecemos la presencia del ministro.
Would like to thank the presence of the Ministry of Finance of Argentina, all the authorities and representatives present at this conference of the Council of the Americas 2022. With this, we'll close the event, and we'd like to thank you once again, as well as the sponsors, the bi-regional sponsors, CD, JP Morgan, corporate sponsors, Aeropuertos Argentina 2000, AES Argentina, Chevron, Dow Chemicals, Integrate Capital, Newmont, Pan American Energy, with the support of the Bank of Development of Latin America and all entities that contributed towards this event. Thank you, everyone, and have a good afternoon.